In the heart of northern England, a shadow loomed over the communities during the late 1970s, driven by fear and uncertainty due to a chilling figure known as Peter Sutcliffe. This individual, who would ultimately be dubbed the Yorkshire Ripper, was responsible for a series of grotesque murders and attacks that would haunt the region and shape a generation's perception of safety. Between 1975 and 1980, Sutcliffe's reign of terror manifested in a horrifying pattern. It all started on the night of October 30th, 1975, when he committed his first known murder. A young woman named Wilma McCann, a mother of 4, was brutally killed in a desolate area of Leeds. Her body was discovered the following day, a shocking reminder of the violent world beyond the familiarity of everyday life. This act was not an isolated incident, but rather the beginning of a series of violent attacks that would leave numerous families shattered and communities gripped by paranoia. Sutcliffe's choice of victims was alarmingly similar. Most were vulnerable women, often engaged in low-risk activities, such as work or a night out. The brutality of the attacks was staggering. This was not just about murder, it was about fear and the exploitation of vulnerability. Each crime scene revealed a grim signature, increasing the public's alarm with every report that emerged. The fear penetrated homes as the media covered the events extensively, leading to widespread speculation and anxiety. As the brutality escalated, police investigations intensified. Numerous resources were deployed to apprehend the perpetrator, leading to public appeals, and a myriad of tips pouring in. Despite extensive investigations and over 2,000 reports, the Yorkshire Ripper continued his spree, evading capture. Each failed attempt at finding the killer only further fueled the panic, creating a sensation of hopelessness among community members and raising questions about policing effectiveness. In 1978, the situation took a turn for the worse when Sutcliffe's attacks escalated. The murders gained notoriety, and the city of Bradford and surrounding areas became synonymous with fear. The style of the attacks showed a deliberate method to his madness. Sutcliffe would often approach his victims under the guise of wanting assistance or asking for directions. This ruse made it easy for him to gain their trust, ultimately leading to a far more sinister conclusion. With the attack on 22-year-old Irene Richardson in 1977, the nature of Sutcliffe's terror was laid bare for all to see. Each murder was more brutal than the last, each headline resurrecting traumas and fear anew. The public, already on edge, only grew more terrified with each story. Many women began to change their routines, staying indoors at night, avoiding public transport, and altering their social lives entirely. It's important to understand that during this tumultuous period, Sutcliffe was not merely a faceless figure in the news. He became the embodiment of a predator lurking in the shadows. His actions uprooted communities and altered their dynamics. Those affected were not just the immediate victims, but families, friends, and entire neighborhoods saw their sense of security dismantled. The narrative around women's safety shifted dramatically, bringing forth discussions about vulnerability, misogyny, and societal responsibility. Amidst all the turmoil arose profound societal changes and responses. Groups formed to demand better protection for women and accountability from law enforcement agencies. The police came under intense scrutiny, prompting a re-evaluation of their strategies and reactions concerning crimes of such nature. The initial mishandling of the situation, coupled with the complexities of the case, showed the world how deeply ingrained issues could become both a public and a personal battle. In 1980, after years of investigation marred by false leads and public frustration, Sutcliffe was finally apprehended. After he was caught, it was revealed that he had relied on a false identity and had been living under the radar for years. The breakthrough came not only from the forensic advancements, but from sheer determination among officers who wanted to bring closure to the swirling fears of the public. When Sutcliffe was convicted in 1981, it marked a pivotal moment in British history. The tale of the Yorkshire Ripper had left a scar on the collective consciousness of society. It was a journey through the depths of brutality, resilience of community spirit, and a transformative period in understanding crime, gender, and societal protection. The aftermath of Sutcliffe's trial brought significant changes to law enforcement and public policy regarding sexual violence and women's safety. Campaigns for better support and protection for women blossomed from the ashes of trauma, pivoting the discussion towards safety in an era eager for change. While the scars of the Yorkshire Ripper's reign may not fade entirely, it serves as a critical reminder of the resilience of communities in the face of horror. The impact of those years shaped the future and informed necessary changes that continue to resonate in discussions around crime, safety, and public policy today. The lessons learned from this dark chapter in history are significant, forging paths to better, safer environments for generations to come. In reflecting on these events, we acknowledge not only the loss and pain endured, but also the strength in human spirit that ultimately prevails. In the summer of 1973, a tragic event occurred that would leave a lasting impact on a community in Iowa and far beyond. This is the story of the Gitchie Manitou murders, a case that not only shocked the nation, but also raised questions about safety and the unpredictable nature of violence. It began on June 16th, when a group of 5 teenagers decided to spend the night camping at the Gitchie Manitou State Preserve. Gitchie Manitou, known for its stunning natural beauty, was a popular spot for those looking to connect with nature, hike through the lush trails, or simply enjoy the tranquility of the outdoors. For these 5 friends, it was an opportunity for adventure and bonding, a chance to escape the pressures of daily life and create lasting memories together. The group consisted of 4 boys and 1 girl, all of whom were eager to enjoy the warm summer night under the stars. They set up their campsite, laughing and sharing stories as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. These moments of joy and camaraderie were later to be overshadowed by a series of horrifying events that no one could have anticipated. As darkness enveloped the park, the atmosphere changed. Unbeknownst to the campers, 2 intruders had entered the preserve with malicious intent. Their motives were unclear, but their actions would quickly lead to a scene of chaos and tragedy. As the evening progressed, the intruders confronted the group and, in an act of overwhelming violence, began to attack. The details surrounding the events that unfolded next are as shocking as they are tragic. The teenagers were caught off guard, facing a reality that turned their night of fun into one of fear and desperation. In a matter of moments, the joy they had felt with each other turned into a fight for survival. Despite their efforts to defend themselves, the night became filled with gunfire, ultimately leading to the tragic loss of 4 of the 5 friends. As the sun rose the following day, the once peaceful Gitchie Manitou State Preserve bore witness to an unimaginable horror. The scene drew the attention of local authorities, who responded to the grim situation. They began to piece together what had happened, but the community was left reeling in shock and disbelief. How could something so horrific happen in such a serene setting? Questions flooded the minds of the families, friends, and residents of the local area. The tragic loss of young lives echoed through the streets, leaving deep scars that would take years to heal. The investigation into the Gitchie Manitou murders soon intensified. Law enforcement worked diligently to find the individuals responsible for such a heinous act. Given the rarity of such violence at a beloved camping location, the case attracted widespread media attention. The story was carried through news outlets across the country, and the face of the community was suddenly placed under a scrutinizing lens. As leads were followed, suspects were identified, which eventually led to the capture of 2 individuals linked to the crime. The trial that followed was a focal point of both public interest and local grief. The families of the victims sought justice while grappling with their profound loss. The proceedings highlighted not only the events of that fateful night, but also the lives of the young individuals who had their futures cruelly snatched away. Throughout the judicial process, the case raised discussions about youth safety and the dynamics of violence among young people. How did a simple camping trip transform into such an unimaginable loss? These reflections spurred conversations about the importance of community, awareness, and protecting one another. Schools and community organizations took steps to offer support and counseling to those affected, trying to foster healing in the wake of such devastation. While the original crime committed at Gitchie Manitou State Preserve remains seared into the memories of those who lived through it, the story has evolved into a narrative of remembrance and a call for unity. Annual events to honor the teenagers who lost their lives were organized, bringing people together to share stories, celebrate their lives, and advocate for community vigilance and safety. Over the years, the story of the Gitchie Manitou murders has become a significant chapter in the history of Iowa, serving as a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the unpredictability of human behavior. The preserve, once a place of serenity and adventure, transformed into a symbol of loss and reflection, compelling visitors to contemplate both the beauty and dangers that can coexist in the world around us. As we delve into this tragic story, it is essential not only to remember the lives that were lost, but also to consider the broader implications of violence. It reminds us to cherish our relationships, advocate for safety, and never take a moment for granted. The Gitchie Manitou incidents serve as a lesson that life can change in an instant, and that community, empathy, and resilience are vital in the wake of tragedy. In this manner, the narrative lives on, not simply as a tale of sorrow, but as an embodiment of hope, caution, and the enduring spirit of those lost. In the late 1970s, Los Angeles found itself gripped by fear as a series of gruesome murders unfolded, leading to the emergence of 2 notorious individuals, Kenneth Bianchi and Angelo Buono. This chilling chapter in true crime history is known as the Hillside Stranglers case. The narrative surrounding these events is not just about the horrific acts committed, but also about the complex personalities involved, the investigation, and the lasting impact on society. Bianchi and Buono were cousins who formed a sinister partnership rooted in darkness. Their crime spree lasted from 1977 to 1978 and targeted young women in the Los Angeles area. The victims, often beautiful and full of life, were lured into a web of deceit, an unfortunate encounter that would lead them to their demise. The pair used various strategies to captivate and ultimately control their victims, showcasing a disturbing level of manipulation. One element that stands out in this unsettling tale is the background of both men. Kenneth Bianchi, born in 1951, had a troubled upbringing that played a significant role in shaping his later actions. With parents who struggled to provide a stable environment, Kenneth's early life was marred by neglect and instability. On the other hand, Angelo Buono, born in 1934, came from a family marked by strict discipline and an authoritarian father. This environment fostered a sense of violence, greatly influencing Buono's attitudes toward women and relationships. As their crimes continued, Bianchi and Buono exhibited patterns consistent with a deep-seated desire for control and domination. They reveled in the fear they instilled in their victims, which speaks to the psychological aspect of their criminal behavior. Their method of strangulation became a signature of their offenses, reflecting both a premeditated plan and a calculated execution of their horrific acts. The pair would often later discard the bodies, hiding them in remote areas, which added to the challenges faced by law enforcement. The apprehension of the Hillside Stranglers began when authorities linked several missing persons cases and discovered a common thread tying them together. Investigators worked tirelessly, piecing together evidence that would eventually lead to the identities of Bianchi and Buono. The community was on edge, as each day without resolution intensified the fear and anxiety over the elusive killers. Interestingly, Bianchi attempted to feign mental illness in a bid to avoid responsibility for his actions, claiming that he suffered from multiple personality disorder. However, experts quickly dismantled his defense, recognizing it as a mere tactic to evade justice. This moment in the investigation highlights the lengths people may go to escape accountability for their actions, even under the weight of overwhelming evidence. The trial of Bianchi and Buono became a sensational media event, capturing public attention and drawing in a wide audience. The courtroom drama revealed the depths of depravity the men had engaged in and provided insights into the psyche of serial criminals. Their defense strategies and the testimonies presented often led to intense discussions about morality, justice, and the nature of evil within society. Ultimately, the Hillside Stranglers were convicted of their horrific crimes, with both men receiving life sentences. This outcome, while a small measure of closure for the families of the victims, did not erase the pain left in the wake of their actions. The community remained scarred, as the fear instilled by these murders created a lasting shadow over Los Angeles, one that would take years to overcome. In reflecting on the Hillside Stranglers, we are confronted with the darker aspects of human nature. This case serves as a relentless reminder of the potential for malevolence that exists within individuals, hidden just beneath the surface. The story invites us to consider the complexities of psychology, the impact of upbringing and circumstance on behavior, and the importance of vigilance in our communities. Crimes like those committed by Bianchi and Buono highlight the necessity of dialogue surrounding mental health, societal responsibilities, and the importance of protecting the vulnerable. The fallout from their actions rippled far beyond their immediate victims, affecting countless lives and altering perceptions of safety in society. Though decades have passed since these chilling events, the legacy of the Hillside Stranglers remains a point of fascination and horror for true crime enthusiasts and historians alike. The cultural impact of their crimes continues to permeate discussions on criminal psychology and the factors that drive individuals to such extreme acts. The haunting fascination with their story serves as a lens through which we can examine not only the actions of Bianchi and Buono, but also the greater societal implications of such violence. The Hillside Stranglers narrative invites ongoing exploration, reflection, and perhaps a deeper understanding of humanity's capacity for both good and evil. The Golden State Killer is a name that sends chills through many who study criminal history in California. This elusive individual operated across multiple settings, leaving a heinous mark during the late 20th century. His crimes spanned over a decade, from 1974 to 1986, and involved a series of brutal acts categorized as murders, rapes, and burglaries. Each incident added to a profile of terror as he evaded capture through a combination of stealth and cunning. In the beginning, The Golden State Killer was also known as the East Area Rapist, a name given to him as he operated predominantly in neighborhoods in the Sacramento area. He terrorized communities with alarming frequency, breaking into homes in the late hours while victims slept nearby. His modus operandi was chillingly consistent. He would often enter through unlocked doors or windows, and then, in a calculated manner, subdue his victims, turning their own sanctuaries into crime scenes within moments. The first reported assaults were a mixture of surprising invasions that escalated in intensity. The sheer randomness of his targets only amplified the collective fear felt by residents, as it became clear that no one was safe. Law enforcement faced a formidable opponent who would slip through their fingers time and again. His knowledge of the neighborhoods and ability to vanish without a trace created an air of mystery encompassing the investigation. As the years progressed, the Golden State Killer would evolve from a rapist to a murderer, taking this reign of terror to a whole new level. Victims were found after experiencing unimaginable trauma, and the stories became even darker. In this phase, he used his experience and ruthlessness to approach his victims, often binding them and exhibiting extreme violence. It was not solely about the crimes he committed, but also the psychological impact left on those witnessing the aftermath. Families broken and communities shaken to their core. The geographical spread of the Golden State Killer's crimes was not limited to Sacramento. He moved south to the Bay Area and the towns surrounding it, committing more assaults and murders, which led investigators to suspect that they were dealing with a single, highly organized individual rather than separate criminals. Each area he targeted felt a palpable sense of anxiety as they realized the killer was always one step ahead. Among the most unnerving aspects of this case was the absence of concrete evidence for so long. Investigators relied heavily on forensic science, which was still in its infancy during the period of his crimes. The absence of DNA technology that we now take for granted added layers of complexity to the investigations. Many leads went cold, leaving families and communities without closure. The frustration of law enforcement was palpable, compounded by a lack of advances in technology that could have facilitated faster apprehension. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, as advancements in DNA testing began to emerge, discussions reignited around cold cases, including those attributed to the Golden State Killer. The introduction of public databases allowed investigators to revisit evidence once considered useless and to extract DNA samples, revealing a glimmer of hope in identifying the criminal. Years of investigation finally bore fruit in 2018, when a suspect was identified through genealogical DNA testing. Joseph James DiDangelo, a former police officer, was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, rape, and burglary. The news sent waves of shock and relief throughout California, particularly among survivors, families of victims, and law enforcement personnel who had dedicated years to solving these cases. This case serves as a somber reminder of the complexity and implications surrounding violent crime. Each incident unfolded not just in isolation, but significantly impacted families and entire communities. The terror once experienced manifests in long-lasting fear, ensuring that the legacy of the Golden State Killer endures in the memories of those who lived through the horrors, as well as in ongoing discussions about crime prevention, justice, and healing. The Golden State Killer's story depicts the sheer vulnerability of human life, the capacity for evil that exists, but also highlights the resilience of communities coming together to seek justice and the relentless pursuit of truth by law enforcement seeking answers. The case showcases the important role of advancements in forensic technology and how they can break barriers, bringing justice to families who thought they would never see closure. The Golden State Killer remains a pivotal chapter in the history of crime in America, emblematic of dark times that challenged law enforcement while simultaneously igniting a relentless pursuit that ultimately led to a resolution and an opportunity for healing. As with many stories of crime, they remind us of the importance of safety, vigilance, and the indefatigable spirit that defines communities working through trauma toward a brighter, more secure future. The Zebra Killings refer to a series of violent crimes that took place in San Francisco during the early 1970s. This period was marked by a series of racially charged attacks that shocked the nation. The events occurred between 1973 and 1974, a time when tensions in urban America were palpable, with various social movements at play, including civil rights progress and the counterculture movement. The Zebra Killings were named after the radio call sign of the police division that dealt with the crimes. The case involved a group of individuals who were part of a larger organization that believed in a radical ideology supporting black supremacy. Their actions were fueled by anger and resentment, leading them down a path of violence and chaos. The killers, primarily targeting white victims, committed a series of random assaults that escalated into murders. As the investigations unfolded, it became clear that this group had developed a methodical approach to their killings. The police reported that the assailants would sometimes approach their victims, often luring them into vulnerable situations before attacking. The brutality of the crimes led many to fear for their safety, and the authorities were under intense pressure to solve the case. Each attack was a shocking reminder of the divisions that existed within society. The Zebra Killings resulted in the deaths of at least 15 individuals, although the exact number of victims is difficult to ascertain. In addition to the murders, many others were injured during these attacks. The sheer randomness of the violence added to the public's panic. People began to feel unsafe in their own neighborhoods, and many took precautions to stay away from certain areas of the city, especially at night. The San Francisco Police Department launched an extensive investigation into the killings. They utilized various strategies, including outreach to community leaders and taking to the streets to gather information. The public was provided with updates, and police often worked alongside local community members to address the rising tension and fear among residents. Despite these efforts, it was challenging to make progress because the killers operated in secrecy, often looking like ordinary citizens. Eventually, some of the perpetrators were apprehended, leading to trials that would expose the motivations behind their heinous acts. These court cases not only brought justice for the victims and their families, but also sparked a broader conversation about race relations in America. They highlighted deep-rooted issues that went beyond the immediate violence. Questions surrounding race, identity, and societal structures were brought to the forefront. The aftermath of the Zebra Killings had a lasting impact on San Francisco and its community. Many neighborhoods experienced a significant change in demographics and attitudes. The events underscored the necessity of dialogue and understanding across racial lines. They illustrated how unchecked hatred can lead to devastating consequences for individuals and communities alike. In popular culture, the Zebra Killings have been referenced in various forms of media. They serve not only as a reminder of a turbulent time in American history, but also as a cautionary tale about the dangers of radical ideologies. The narratives surrounding the killings have sparked documentaries, articles, and books, as society strives to understand the complexities of human behavior and societal influences. Today, while the Zebra Killings are a historical reference, they continue to resonate, serving as a potent reminder of the struggles with violence and racism within society. Discussions about these events are essential, as they provide insight into past societal fractures and the ongoing challenges communities face in pursuing understanding and harmony. As we reflect on the tragic events of the zebra killings, we must also consider how far we have come and how far we still need to go in addressing issues of race, equity, and violence. It is a story not only about the past, but also a lens through which we can examine present-day dynamics. The conversations inspired by these events remind us that collective action, compassion, and a commitment to understanding one another are crucial. In essence, the legacy of the zebra killing serves as a call to action. It urges us to confront prejudices and confront violence in all its forms. Every person has the capacity to contribute to creating a more peaceful world. By nurturing a culture of empathy and respect, we can work together to heal the divides that have historically torn society apart. Acknowledging the painful aspects of our history empowers us to create meaningful change. It compels us to reckon with uncomfortable truths while advocating for a future where violence and hatred are not accepted nor tolerated. The lessons learned from the zebra killings can guide us towards greater understanding of each other's experiences and backgrounds, and ultimately lead to a more united community. In moving forward, we must strive to embrace diversity and foster connections that bind us rather than divide us, ensuring that such tragedies are never repeated. Through education, dialogue, and a commitment to justice, we hold the key to transforming society into one that prioritizes peace, respect, and shared humanity. In the warm summer of 1976, a shocking event unfolded in Chowchilla, California, a small town known for its close-knit community and serene surroundings. On July 15th, the day began like any other for the children of Dairyland Elementary School. They were excited, filled with energy, after a long year of classes, ready to embrace their summer break. As the school day ended, these children boarded a yellow school bus, led by their enthusiastic driver, Ed Ray Tate. The bus took its usual route, but that day would become etched in history for a very different reason. Just minutes after they set off, a man approached the bus with a firearm. This man, with a sinister plan, ordered Ed Ray to drive off the main road, leading them to a secluded area. In their young minds, the joy of summer was abruptly replaced with confusion and fear. The bus was forced to stop, and the intruder, along with an accomplice, boarded the bus, taking control of the situation. The children, just between the ages of 5 and 14, found themselves facing something far beyond their comprehension. The two men were determined to secure a hefty ransom, believing that the parents of these children would do anything to get them back. The sense of normalcy quickly turned into a nightmare as the bus was driven to a remote location in the nearby wilderness. The kids were terrified but tried to stay together, leaning on each other for comfort. After what felt like an eternity, the children and Ed Ray were taken out of the bus and forced into a waiting van. The feeling of fear and uncertainty enveloped them as they were driven to an underground bunker, buried deep in the ground. This would become their prison, where they would remain for an extended period, trapped in darkness, with only the sounds of their breathing and muffled voices for company. Within this dark and confined space, the children faced unimaginable hardships. They were not only grappling with fear, but also the physical discomforts of being cramped together. Unsure of what would happen next, the adults had left the room, leaving them alone to contemplate their situation and muster the strength to keep hope alive. Children, in their innocence, began to share stories, memories of their families, and dreams for the future, trying to dispel the clutches of despair that loomed over them. As hours turned into days, Ed Ray proved indispensable. With his guidance and calming presence, he encouraged the children to remain united, reminding them not to lose faith. Their time in confinement was marked not only by dread, but also by displays of camaraderie and resilience. They entertained one another, sang songs, and held on to the precious memories of their lives outside. Hope flickered when they overheard murmurs about their families and the efforts being made to find them. The outside world, filled with frantic searches and rallies, still remembered these children who had gone missing. Teamwork and determined hearts were about to turn the tables on their captors. It was a critical moment when the children decided to band together for a daring escape. They realized that if they were going to make it out alive, they had to rely on one another. They designed a plan that showcased their courage, resourcefulness, and unwavering spirit. With Ed Ray leading the charge, they managed to loosen a vent cover and climb through a narrow space, emerging into the light of day, far away from the darkness of their underground captivity. As they made their way across the sandy terrain, their hearts raced as they spotted signs of life. A passing truck, the glint of sunlight on metal, and the sound of voices calling out brought them hope. They flagged down a passing motorist, and within moments they found themselves safe, finally reunited with their families, who had been praying tirelessly for their return. The relief felt by their parents was profound, as tears of gratitude flowed freely upon seeing their children alive and well, despite the harrowing experience they had endured together. The Chowchilla Kidnapping profoundly impacted not only the people directly involved, but also shed light on the vulnerabilities of society at that time. The story became a testament to the resilience of children, the power of unity, and the indescribable bond that can emerge from shared fear. The community came together in ways that transcended the tragedy, supporting one another in healing and moving forward. This extraordinary tale serves as a reminder of human resilience in the face of adversity and the strength derived from hope and togetherness. It illustrates how even during the darkest times, the light of compassion, courage, and community can illuminate a path forward. The Chowchilla Kidnapping remains a story of survival, a testament to the indomitable spirit of children, and a powerful chapter in the history of that small Californian town. Those shadows lingered long after the events. They shone brightly with the understanding that love, hope, and solidarity can prevail against all odds. And in the end, they overcame, not just surviving their ordeal but standing together, forever changed yet unbreakable. Dean Corll, often referred to as the Candyman due to his family's candy business, is one of the most notorious figures in American criminal history. Active primarily in the early 1970s, in Houston, Texas, Corll's heinous actions cast a long shadow over the city, leading to numerous tragedies that forever altered the lives of many families. Born on December 24, 1939, Corll had a seemingly normal childhood. After his parents divorced, he moved to Houston with his mother, where he later helped her run a candy store. This connection to sweets would soon take on a sinister undertone as he used the guise of a friendly Candyman to lure young boys into his clutches. The perception of safety that came with the candy business allowed him to operate under the radar, preying on children who were unsuspecting and often from troubled backgrounds. Corll's criminal activities began to escalate in the early 1970s. He was assisted by two teenage boys, David Owen Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley, who became his accomplices in his ghastly endeavors. The trio's method of operation typically involved befriending young boys, offering them rides or inviting them to parties, making the boys believe they were in a safe environment. Once they were in Corll's home, the grim reality would begin to unfold. In the span of just a few years, the trio is believed to have abducted, tortured, and murdered at least 28 boys. The ages of the victims ranged from 13 to 17, each one uniquely stripped of their potential. Their lives cut incredibly short. The victims were often lured from the streets or bus stops, places where they thought they were secure. The heartbreaking aspect of these crimes is that many of the victims were marginalized youths, including runaways and boys from difficult backgrounds, making them even more vulnerable. The acts committed by Corll and his associates were not just murders. They included unimaginable acts of torture. Reports suggest that Corll had a specific sadistic methodology involving the use of instruments and devices designed to inflict pain. This level of brutality exemplified a deeply disturbed psychological mindset. The motivations behind such actions remain a matter of speculation and horror. What is notably chilling is the atmosphere of secrecy that surrounded Corll's crimes for so long. The community was largely unaware of the activities taking place right under their noses. Corll maintained a facade of normalcy, and his connections through his candy business allowed him to blend into the community, making it easier to carry out his crimes without raising suspicions. In fact, many people in the neighborhood knew him as a kind, generous man who provided candy to kids. His killings went unnoticed for a frighteningly long time. It wasn't until August 1973 that the nightmare began to unravel. One of the accomplices, Henley, made a critical decision that changed the course of events. After realizing the extent of Corll's horrifying activities and fearing for his own life, Henley turned on Corll. In a confrontation that would lead to the revelation of the crimes, Henley killed Corll in self-defense. While the two engaged in a heated argument, this act would ultimately bring the gruesome details of their crimes into the light. Once the police were alerted, an investigation ensued that uncovered mass graves and evidence of the horrors that had transpired. The details were shocking to the local community and the nation at large. Many of the bodies were found buried in the wooded areas surrounding Houston, emerging from the ground like chilling echoes of the lives lost. The sight of these discoveries served as grim reminders of the terror that had gripped the city. Brooks and Henley were apprehended, and various trials followed. Henley's testimony revealed the terrible truth about the Candyman and his operations. With each recounting, the depth of Corll's depravity was laid bare, revealing the psychological manipulation that accompanied his monstrosity. The trials became a media sensation, drawing attention to the issues surrounding violence, youth safety, and the psychological factors that lead to such heinous criminal acts. The legacy of Dean Corll remains a haunting one, echoing the dark realities of human nature and the potential for evil that can lie hidden beneath a placid surface. His story serves as a historical marker for criminal psychology studies, highlighting the need for vigilance in protecting vulnerable populations. The impact of Corll's actions still reverberates today, reminding us of the stories behind the victims whose voices were silenced. The narrative of the Candyman is not just about one man's depravity, but also about the resilience of the community that ultimately found its voice and sought justice. The horror experienced during that period stimulated reforms and discussions about child safety, highlighting the importance of vigilance and awareness in a seemingly benign world. As we reflect upon this somber chapter in history, it is crucial to honor the memories of those who were lost. Understanding their stories fosters compassion and empathy, driving home the importance of cherishing and protecting our youth. In remembrance, we are reminded of the work that still needs to be done to ensure a safer future for generations to come, honoring those precious lives that were tragically cut short. In the early 70s, a series of chilling events unfolded in the suburban landscape of Rochester, New York. leading to one of the more perplexing and unsettling chapters in American criminal history. This is the story of the so-called Alphabet Murders, a name that evokes both intrigue and horror due to its unique circumstances. The tale centers around three young girls. All share a striking similarity that would connect them in a dark narrative. Each had double initials. The first victim, Carmen Colon, was just 10 years old when her life was violently taken in November of 1971. Carmen, a vibrant and lively child, had gone out to play in her neighborhood, only to vanish. Her disappearance sent shockwaves through the community. Days later, her body was discovered, heralding the beginning of a grim pattern that would follow over the next 2 years. In the spring of 1972, just a few months after the tragedy of Carmen, another young girl, 11-year-old Wanda Walkowicz, met a similarly tragic fate. Wanda's story echoed the chilling details of Carmen's case, an innocent child, full of life, who had her future ripped away in a calculated act of violence. Her identity as a victim became emblematic of a community gripped with fear and confusion. Shortly thereafter, her body was found, and with it, additional questions arose about the nature of the person capable of such horrifying acts. The third girl, Michelle Mensa, faced a very similar destiny in 1973. Once again, the community was rocked by the senseless crime against a child bearing the distinctive double initials. This string of murders, all occurring within a 2-year period, painted a portrait of terror in Rochester, as parents worried and children became more cautious about the dangers lurking nearby. What made these cases all the more disturbing was the strangling method employed by the perpetrator, along with the chilling presence of the victim's initials, thus coining the name Alphabet Murders. It was a term that not only captured the essence of the horrific acts, but also fueled the imaginations of local journalists and the public alike. The eerie connection between the victims raised uncomfortable questions and sparked a media frenzy. As investigations progressed, the limitations of forensic technology at the time became evident. Law enforcement was faced with the challenge of piecing together scant evidence. The cases were further complicated by psychological profiles that sought to understand the killer's motives and mindset. Detectives spent countless hours interviewing potential witnesses and following leads that often turned cold, all while grappling with the mounting pressure from a community desperate for answers. Amidst the chaos, local detectives began to analyze the patterns within the crimes, the locations, the timing, and the victims' profiles. Each element provided clues, yet still left many more questions unanswered. The theories regarding the identity of the killer ranged widely, leading to various suspects emerging throughout the years. Some theories pointed to serial killers who had been active in other parts of the country, while others suggested the possibility of a local perpetrator, someone who was familiar with the community and its children. The impact of these tragedies extended beyond the immediate horror. The psychological toll on the families of the victims was profound, creating an atmosphere of fear, mourning, and longing for justice. For parents and children in Rochester, the innocence of childhood was tainted, transforming the neighborhood from a place of safety into a somber reminder of vulnerability. As news of the Alphabet Murders spread, so did their legacy in popular culture. The crimes inspired discussions, documentaries, and numerous analyses exploring the psyche of a serial killer and the societal impact of such heinous acts. Each retelling of the story brought attention to the real-life implications of the events, serving as a reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can dwell within humanity. The investigation continued, shaping the way law enforcement approached unsolved cases in the future. With advancements in forensic science, cold cases have seen renewed efforts, and the lessons learned from the alphabet murders have influenced techniques for gathering evidence and profiling suspects. Although the cases that began in the early 70s remain officially unsolved, the stories of Carmen, Wanda, and Michelle linger on in the memories of those who knew them and those who wish to understand the complexities of such tragedies. Their lives serve as a poignant reminder of the ongoing need for vigilance, compassion, and community in confronting the threats that sometimes emerge from the shadows. In the years that followed, the drive for resolution endured. The unsolved nature of the alphabet murders became a catalyst for ongoing discussions on crime prevention, community safety, and the importance of protecting the most vulnerable among us. Though the passage of time may dull memories, the impact of those early 70s murders continues to resonate, shaping fears and guiding behaviors long after the last chapter of their story have unfolded. In the summer of 1976, a wave of fear swept through New York City. The streets, often filled with the hustle and bustle of daily life, became infused with an unsettling tension as a shadowy figure began to emerge. This figure, later known as David Berkowitz, would come to be infamous for a series of brutal shootings that would grip the entire city and capture national attention. With his moniker, Son of Sam, Berkowitz became a dark symbol of an era filled with uncertainty and dread. Berkowitz's crime spree began on July 29, 1976, with a shooting in the Bronx that would mark the start of a year-long terror campaign. Over the course of the following months, he would unleash fear across various neighborhoods, targeting young couples in parked cars and those simply enjoying a summer night. A distinct pattern developed, which troubled detectives. Berkowitz seemed to strike late at night, almost as if he fed off the darkness. The fear grew as victims were chosen seemingly at random, and the city began to feel vulnerable in ways it hadn't for years. Berkowitz was not just a killer. He was also an enigmatic figure, shrouded in mystery. As the police struggled to grasp who this still unknown assailant was, he took a disturbing step further by sending letters to the press, taunting the authorities and adding an extra layer of horror to his already chilling actions. In these letters, he expressed a twisted sense of pride over his ability to evade capture. The most infamous of these letters, which was signed Son of Sam, described in disturbing detail the enjoyment he derived from his heinous acts, leaving the city on edge. As Berkowitz continued his rampage, the public response and media coverage became a phenomenon in themselves, fueling a frenzy of fear and conjecture. New York City, never shy of sensational stories, became captivated by the search for this elusive Son of Sam. Newspapers splashed headlines across their front pages, calling for justice and urging citizens to stay vigilant. Fear became a common topic of conversation among friends and families, as the unsettling specter of the shooter loomed over Manhattan, Brooklyn, and beyond. Investigators grew increasingly desperate as Berkowitz evaded arrest, leading to exhaustive searches and heightened police presence in the areas where he had struck. Citizens took their own measures, forming neighborhood watch groups and taking precautions when heading out after dark. Every twist and turn in the investigation became dissected by both amateur sleuths and seasoned detectives. The question was always the same: who was the Son of Sam? Then, in the summer of 1977, everything changed rapidly. After another brutal attack, a break in the case came when residents began reporting a suspicious vehicle parked near the various crime scenes. This vehicle, a dark car with a distinctive license plate, became a focal point in the investigation. Eventually, The police owned in on David Berkowitz, a seemingly ordinary man who lived in Yonkers, a suburb of New York. His life was described as relatively unremarkable, a stark contrast to the terror he had unleashed onto the city. When authorities finally apprehended Berkowitz on August 10th, 1977, it marked a turning point in the harrowing story. The shocking details that uncovered layers of his psyche were bewildering, leading to rampant speculation about what could have driven someone to commit such atrocious acts. The motives behind his actions unfolded through interrogations and subsequent trials, revealing a troubled individual grappling with demons that manifested in horrific violence. The fallout from the Son of Sam murders extended far beyond Berkowitz's arrest. Communities changed. The perception of safety altered. This grim chapter in New York's history not only led to changes in police procedures and responses to emerging threats, but also impacted how media covered such events. It signaled the beginning of a more sensational approach to crime reporting, blending news with entertainment in a manner that continues to echo in contemporary culture. Berkowitz's story also ignited discussions about mental health, the impact of trauma, and the importance of community vigilance. Over the years, he would become a figure of fascination, igniting a multitude of interpretations in documentaries and books, as people looked to understand the horrors behind his actions. Each retelling of his story layered new elements of curiosity and horror, keeping his legacy ominously alive in the public consciousness. Even today, the Son of Sam remains a poignant memory for New Yorkers and a cautionary tale for future generations. The influence of his actions has permeated American culture, affecting everything from the landscape of serial killer profiles to discussions surrounding crime and punishment. The chilling narrative of David Berkowitz continues to remind us of the darkness that can exist in human nature, one that can emerge from the most unexpected places and bring an entire city to its knees. The complexities surrounding such a figure highlight not only the need for safety in our communities, but also the critical importance of fostering understanding and compassion in a world fraught with fear. In the late 1970s, a wave of fear swept through Oakland County, Michigan, as a series of harrowing events unfolded. Between 1976 and 1977, the community became the backdrop for one of the most chilling chapters in the history of true crime. During this period, 4 innocent children were abducted and tragically murdered. Their deaths sent shockwaves through the community, leaving families, friends, and law enforcement searching for answers. The abductions began in early 1976, rattling the peaceful suburban environment that many families had grown to cherish. The first victim was a 12-year-old boy named Mark Stebbins, who was last seen after leaving a relative's home. His body was found days later, showing signs of having been posed. This disturbing detail sent the message that this was not merely a random act, but potentially the behavior of a calculated individual. The investigation into Mark's death unveiled a pattern that would soon surface in other cases as well. The horror did not end with Mark. In quick succession, 3 more children disappeared under similar circumstances. The next victim, in June of 1976, was a 12-year-old girl named Jill Robinson. Her abduction ignited a sense of urgency within the community. People banded together, launching search parties and distributing flyers, determined to bring Jill back home. Unfortunately, like Mark, Jill was found days later, an incident that made clear to the community that a predator lurked among them, one targeting the most vulnerable. The investigation into the disappearances led to a broader understanding of the patterns, pointing to the presence of a cunning perpetrator. The third victim was a boy named Timothy King, who disappeared in March of 1977 while riding his bike. His body was discovered in a remote area, and detectives noted similarities to the earlier cases. Timothy's disappearance once again opened old wounds, sending fear deeper into the hearts of families, many of whom now felt they needed to protect their children at all costs. The last of the 4 identified victims was a girl named Christine, who was taken from her neighborhood playground. In this chilling case, authorities noticed the striking similarities in the abductions. All the children were approached in daylight, often in their own neighborhood. They all exhibited a friendly demeanor, unaware of the stranger danger that existed around them. The families impacted by these tragic events experienced a profound sense of grief and horror as they grappled with the loss of their children, plunged into an atmosphere of uncertainty and fear that stained the community. The investigation into the Oakland County child killer took on layers of complexity. Authorities employed whole teams of detectives, forensic experts, and behavioral analysts, utilizing emerging technologies and crime-fighting techniques of the time. The idea of a serial killer was not fully known to the general public then, but as investigative work progressed, the chilling reality that they could be looking for a singular individual began to emerge. Many tips flooded in from the public, but despite the growing database of leads, the hunt remained elusive. The emotional impact on the community was immense. Neighborhoods became more vigilant. Parents began to impose strict curfews, warning their children about the dangers that awaited outside their door. Once lively parks and playgrounds saw fewer children, as fear disguised as caution took center stage. The innocence of childhood was abruptly interrupted, replaced by paranoia of stranger danger that seeped into everyday life. This transformation reminded people that sometimes danger could lie very close to home. Historically, such tragic events have often left grieved families in the shadows, searching for answers that never come. The Oakland County child killer remained a ghostly figure, unnervingly close but frustratingly distant. Over the years, many theories circulated about who the perpetrator could be. Some speculated about a local resident, while others pointed fingers at individuals who were later cleared of suspicion. An endless array of suspects emerged from the investigations, but none led conclusively to justice for the families devastated by these unspeakable crimes. Decades passed, and the chilling memories of those events lingered. As advancements in forensic technology developed into the 21st century, old cases that had gone cold began to receive new scrutiny. Cold case detectives revisited evidence with fresh eyes, armed with knowledge that did not exist during the original investigation. DNA technology, which was in its infancy in the 1970s, emerged as a beacon of hope for families still searching for closure. These advancements provided glimmers of light in a dark legacy, allowing for the possibility that new leads could finally bring resolution to the long-suffering families. Over time, this tragic narrative became a part of Oakland County's identity, leading to annual memorials and community gatherings that aimed to honor the memories of the lost children. It served as a reminder to remain vigilant and protective of the most vulnerable among us. While the search for the Oakland County child killer remains unsolved, the stories of those children live on in the hearts of their loved ones and the fabric of the community, reminding everyone that the past, however dark, can drive a commitment to protection and change. The legacy of those innocent lives lost continues to inspire dialogues about children's safety and a more watchful society, a lesson born out of tragedy that echoes through time. In the annals of American crime history, few figures remain as enigmatic and unsettling as the Cleveland torso murderer. This unidentified killer operated in the depths of the 1930s, casting a dark shadow over Cleveland, Ohio. Over a span of approximately 18 months, the murderer claimed a haunting tally of at least 24 victims, often leaving behind a scene of dismemberment that shocked not only the local community, but also the nation at large. The disturbing series of events began around 1935, when the dismembered remains of a man were discovered in Kingsbury Run, a notorious area in Cleveland, characterized by its poverty and transient population. This initial discovery was merely the beginning of a gruesome investigation that would unveil the darkest corners of human depravity. As authorities painstakingly pieced together the scattered clues, they were confronted with an unsettling reality. The murderer had a particular method, a method that involved dismemberment, careful disposal, and an eerie ability to evade capture. The victims were often young men and women, many of whom were thought to belong to the fringes of society. Their lives, often tumultuous and filled with hardship, had led them to intersect with a criminal world that remained hidden from the everyday citizen. The killings drew the attention of newspapers, generating sensational headlines that captured the public's imagination, while also instilling fear in the hearts of the city's residents. One of the most chilling aspects of the Cleveland torso murderer case is the sheer brutality displayed. The victims were not merely killed, they were methodically dismembered, with their body parts scattered across various locations in and around Cleveland. This gruesome act of violence suggested a level of depravity that left investigators and the public alike grappling with the nature of evil itself. Some reports suggest that the perpetrator had anatomical knowledge, leading to speculation that he may have been in a profession related to medicine, or perhaps even a butcher. The precision with which the dismemberments were executed hinted at a calculated and deliberate approach, rather than one driven merely by random violence. As the investigation continued, the police faced numerous challenges. The lack of forensic technology available during that era significantly hampered their efforts, and tips poured in from the public, often leading investigators down fruitless paths. Additionally, the absence of clear motives or patterns among the victims created a web of confusion that made it increasingly difficult to determine who was behind the killings. By the late 1930s, the gruesome string of murders had begun to wane, but the legacy of the Cleveland torso murderer did not fade. The story would linger in popular memory, occasionally resurfacing in media reports and public discourse. The atmosphere around the case shifted once again in the 1970s, when a wave of copycat crimes began to emerge across the United States. These new acts, inspired by the infamous Cleveland case, rekindled fears within the community, as echoes of the past merged with contemporary anxieties about violence and societal breakdown. Amid the chaos of the investigations, several intriguing theories developed regarding the nature and identity of the Cleveland torso murderer. Some suggested that the killer operated as part of a larger criminal network, an idea that opened up possibilities for examining the connections between various unsolved homicides of the era. Moreover, local lore began to take shape around the case, as certain areas of Cleveland became notorious for their association with the murders, adding a layer of urban myth to the already chilling narrative. Though numerous suspects were put forth over the years, none emerged convincingly to claim the title of the notorious killer. The baffling case proved frustrating for detectives and groundbreaking for criminology, leaving behind the haunting image of an unknown predator lurking in the shadows. Speculation surrounding the murders fueled both fear and fascination, and the passage of time has done little to diminish the intrigue. Today, the unsolved crimes of the Cleveland torso murderer still resonate, reminding us of the fragility of life and the darker aspects of human existence. The victims, with their forgotten stories, continue to evoke empathy and reflection, challenging us to consider the societal issues that contribute to such tragedies. The Cleveland torso murderer remains a chilling chapter in the history of true crime, a somber reminder of the evil that can lurk behind seemingly ordinary facades. The killer may remain unidentified, but the chilling legacy of the murders serves as an enduring testament to the struggle to comprehend the most incomprehensible facets of humanity. As the years go by, the case remains unsolved, perpetuating the mystery and horror that still haunt the streets of Cleveland, even today. In the early 1970s, a chilling wave of fear swept through the streets of Washington, D.C. as a mysterious figure known only as the Freeway Phantom emerged, marking the city with a dark chapter in its history. Over the course of just a year, this unknown assailant abducted and murdered at least 6 young girls, causing anxiety among parents and concern within the community. Starting in April of 1971, the terror began when 13-year-old Carol Spinks was reported missing. She had been walking home from a friend's house when she seemingly vanished into thin air. Just days later, her body was discovered, hidden beneath a nearby overpass. This shocking incident would prove to be the beginning of a tragic series of events that would grip the nation. As news of Carol's disappearance spread, fear transformed into horror when similar cases began surfacing. Janet Joseph, another young girl, disappeared in May of the same year. Tragically, her body was found a mere 4 days later. The connection between these cases became evident, leading investigators to suspect that a serial killer was at work amidst the bustling backdrop of the city. The Freeway Phantom did not stop there. In July, 16-year-old Diane Williams went missing, followed by the abduction of 10-year-old Marlene Johnson in September. The disturbing pattern continued, as the girls appeared to share similarities. They were often young, often found near major roadways, and their disappearances were always preceded by some sign of false friendship or manipulation. Each discovery of these lost lives brought unimaginable heartbreak to their families and the broader community. As police combed through each crime scene, they encountered haunting evidence left behind by the perpetrator. In one of these cases, the killer even taunted investigators by sending an anonymous letter. In this chilling note, he described the details of the murders, hinting at his admiration for the series of events he had created. The message conveyed a disturbing sense of amusement and pride, and served only to deepen the public's terror. The phrase, "You are looking for me," echoed through the media, intertwining the killer's persona with the fear that permeated the city. Amid this turmoil, law enforcement worked tirelessly to track any leads on the Freeway Phantom. Investigators examined patterns in the crimes, focusing on various potential suspects, but the elusive nature of the killer kept them endlessly searching. For the families affected, the uncertainty and sorrow felt insurmountable. Many communities banded together, organizing search parties and spreading information to keep their loved ones safe, but the fear remained palpable. Parents feared for their children, and the sense of safety once taken for granted was shattered. The stories of the victims have not been forgotten. Each young girl, a name, a face, a shining light extinguished too soon, represents not just tragedy but also the ripple effect of loss that extends through generations. The faces of these girls capture innocence and hope, reminding us of the potential that was stolen from them. With each anniversary of their abductions, candlelight vigils are held, honoring their memories and raising awareness around issues of child safety. These gatherings serve to unite families, friends, and strangers in solidarity against suffering. As time progressed, the case grew cold, yet investigators never fully closed the door on the possibility of finding justice for the families affected by what became known as the Freeway Phantom. The mystery behind the identity of this serial killer persisted, leading to speculation about potential suspects, from disturbed individuals to crimes unsolved within broader social contexts. The fear that had gripped D.C. during those months still lingers in the minds of many. In recent years, advancements in technology have rekindled hope for some who seek resolution. Cold cases often resurface with new DNA analysis methods, and ambiguous leads are revisited as the techniques of modern forensics can now shed light on cases that baffled detectives for decades. The Freeway Phantom remains a haunting shadow in the history of the city, compelling all who encounter these stories to reflect on the fragility of life and the pressing need for vigilance and empathy. Despite the darkness that surrounded this tale, there are powerful lessons that can be drawn from it. It is a reminder of community strength and the bonds forged in times of despair. The stories of these girls and the fight for justice compel society to advocate for safety, to uplift and protect those who are vulnerable, and to remain vigilant in the face of any threat that might arise. Through understanding the pain of the past, we can strive toward a future where every child can grow up free from the shadows of fear and violence, ensuring that history does not repeat itself. The mystery of the Freeway Phantom continues to be a subject of fascination and horror, drawing interest from criminal psychology enthusiasts and casual readers alike. Delving into this dark narrative serves as a chilling reminder of how tightly woven human lives can be affected by one person's nefarious actions. It beckons us to reflect on how we can contribute to a society that prioritizes healing over harm and protection over peril. In the early 1980s, a chilling series of events unfolded in Chicago, surrounding a group known as the Ripper Crew. This dark chapter in the city's history revolved around a cult-like group that engaged in heinous acts, primarily targeting women. The members were not just ordinary criminals, but were driven by sinister motivations, creating a bond that was rooted in their shared brutality. The Ripper Crew began their horrifying spree in 1981, led by the notorious Robert Bob B. The Ripper DeSalvo. This group of men pushed the boundaries of violence and cruelty to an unimaginable extent. Their actions shocked not only the local community, but also captured the attention of the nation, raising alarms about safety and security. The group's abominable behavior was marked by systematic torture, mutilation, and murder. They did not simply act as individual perpetrators. Instead, they functioned as a cohesive unit, each member playing a role in the orchestrated torment of their victims. The chilling precision of their approach often left law enforcement both puzzled and horrified. The sheer audacity of their crimes showcased a level of depravity that was difficult for many to comprehend. The psychological profile of the individuals involved provides insight into their horrific actions. Many of the members, including DeSalvo, had experienced troubled backgrounds, often characterized by violence and abuse. This history may have influenced their desire to exert power over others, particularly women, whom they perceived as vulnerable. The Ripper Crew's activities were rooted in a twisted ideology, combining a sense of camaraderie among its members with a dark thrill derived from their violent acts. As the years progressed, the trail of the Ripper Crew grew more sinister. Their methods included luring women under false pretenses, often using charm or deception to gain the trust of their victims. Once they had their victims isolated, they would unleash unimaginable horrors. The stories of survival from the few who escaped their clutches serve as haunting reminders of the darkness that permeated this period. The Ripper Crew's crimes were not limited to individual acts, but were compounded by a systematic pattern that made them seem almost ritualistic. Each victim was selected carefully, creating an atmosphere of fear, not just among the immediate victims, but throughout the entire community. The bond formed through the shared terror only deepened the group's resolve, pushing them to escalate their depravity over time. Law enforcement officials found themselves in an uphill battle, struggling to piece together the evidence while victims' families waited for justice. The combination of fear, confusion, and tension in the air made the manageable task of investigating these crimes extraordinarily challenging. Each new report of missing women raised the stakes, leading to widespread panic among residents who began to question their safety in their own neighborhoods. The Ripper Crew's activities raised critical questions about societal protections and the mechanisms intended to prevent such violence. How could a community allow such a group to operate undetected for so long? These inquiries continue to reverberate through local and national discussions. The era serves as a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and community awareness in protecting the vulnerable. In 1982, law enforcement began closing in on the Ripper Crew. Tensions escalated as each member was identified and apprehended. As the cases developed, the horrifying accounts of what had occurred came to light. The faces of the victims, once lost in the shadows of the city, were brought to the forefront, compelling the public to recognize the gravity of the situation. While some members of the Ripper Crew were ultimately apprehended and faced justice, the impact of their actions remains indelible. The families left behind grappled with grief and trauma, while the community was forced to confront the dark realities of violence lurking amidst the ordinary. The investigations revealed how important it is to hear the voices of survivors and acknowledge their pain, as they are often the ones who must live with the aftermath of such horror. As time passed, the narrative of the Ripper Crew has transitioned from news headlines to a somber reflection on the destructive nature of human psychology. Scholars, criminal psychologists, and those interested in true crime often explore this case, focusing on the confluence of factors that led to such depravity. It serves as a study in human behavior, revealing the potential for darkness that can exist in individuals and groups. The legacy of the Ripper Crew reminds us of the need for community solidarity and the importance of intervention. It compels us to look deeper into the societal and psychological frameworks that may allow such violence to occur. By understanding the past, we can foster conversations about safety, support, and the measures necessary to protect the vulnerable in society today. The haunting echoes of this chilling saga remain a potent reminder of a darker time in Chicago's history, urging us to reflect on the choices made by individuals and the far-reaching consequences that can arise when humanity strays too far from compassion and empathy. In the enchanting landscape of Tuscany, Florence is well known for its rich culture, stunning architecture, and artistic treasures. However, beneath this picturesque facade lies a darker chapter in the city's history, a tale that echoes through time, leaving a haunting legacy. This is the story of the Monster of Florence, a name that would evoke terror and fascination for decades. Between 1968 and 1985, a series of brutal attacks targeted couples in the countryside surrounding Florence. These attacks were unlike any other, marked by a chilling and calculated precision. The unknown assailant would strike while his unsuspecting victims found solace in secluded spots, where they sought moments of intimacy away from the world. Instead of love and tranquility, they met with a horrific fate, becoming victims of a serial killer whose motives remained shrouded in mystery. The initial incident occurred in 1968, when a couple's serene night took a fatal turn. As the details of this case emerged, panic began to seep into the community. With each subsequent attack, Fear clutched the hearts of the residents, and the romantic allure of Florence transformed into a backdrop of apprehension. The killings continued sporadically, with each new case amplifying public anxiety. Authorities were baffled, struggling to connect the dots and identify the perpetrator. As the police delved deeper into the investigation, various theories emerged. Some suggested that the crimes were linked to a vengeful figure with a personal vendetta, while others speculated about a potential cult activity. Every time a couple was found, the media would sensationalize the story, feeding both local and national intrigue, which perpetuated the cycle of fear. The media labeled the attacker the monster, turning him into a dark legend throughout Italy. What remained most perplexing was the nature of the attacks. The couples were often in parked cars, far from the eyes of passers-by. This choice of location revealed an intimate understanding of the landscape, suggesting that the Monster of Florence was no random assailant, but someone familiar with the area. It painted an eerie picture, where the serene beauty of the Tuscan hills masked the predatory instincts of a killer who appeared to operate with impunity. Authorities began to suspect that there might be a link between the victims. Most were young lovers, drawing the attention of police towards a disturbing pattern. It was as if the monster was targeting love itself, tearing away at the innocence of those seeking a quiet moment together. As the years went on, these brutal crimes intertwined with the fabric of Florence's identity, seizing headlines and capturing the public imagination. In the wake of such horrors, the investigation faced numerous obstacles. Several suspects were arrested, but the elusive killer managed to slip through the grasp of law enforcement time and time again. As arrests came and went, it seemed that every lead led to a dead end, owing to mismanagement, lack of evidence, or even deeply flawed assumptions regarding the killer's identity. Throughout the years, frustration mounted not only among law enforcement, but also within the community. The victims' families longed for closure, and the families of the suspects endured their own tragedies as accusations plagued their lives. Florence became a place of duality. While tourists admired its beauty, locals lived with the shadow of fear lurking in their midst. In the late 1980s, the reign of terror began to fade. It was as if the monster had vanished into thin air, or perhaps he had found new ground to stalk. The true identity of the monster remained unknown, lurking in the back of the minds of the people. Media speculation continued, and every so often a new theory would arise, igniting discussions across cafes and piazzas. Despite the many investigations and the passage of time, the mystery of the Monster of Florence entered the annals of crime history, offering ample fodder for true crime enthusiasts and historians alike. Documentaries and books sprung forth, illuminating the complex layers of this dark chapter, digging deeper into psychology, sociology, and the societal impact of such gruesome events. Even decades later, the chilling tales haunt the hills of Tuscany. Visitors to Florence may stroll along the Arno, marvel at the beauty of the Duomo, or savor a plate of peachy pasta. However, there's an undercurrent, a historical whisper of the Monster of Florence, a reminder of the shadows that once loomed over the idyllic serenity of the landscape. Conversations about the events still linger, a mix of fear and intrigue that captivates the imagination. It serves as a stark reminder that beneath the surface of beauty can lurk unfathomable darkness. The legacy of the Monster of Florence is not merely a tale of horror, but rather a reflection of society itself, examining our capacity to confront fear, loss, and the dark corners of humanity. As each year passes, the memory of the monster continues to ripple, reminding us that true crime stories remain not just tales of violence, but insights into human nature, our history, and the never-ending quest for understanding in an often chaotic world. The monster may have evaded capture, but he has certainly left his mark, embedding himself into the tapestry of Florence, a city forever changed by his haunting presence. John Wayne Gacy was one of America's most notorious criminals, infamous for his heinous acts that have left an indelible mark on history. Between 1972 and 1978, Gacy came to embody the darkest aspects of human nature, engaging in acts of manipulation, violence, and unthinkable horror in the suburban landscape of Illinois. Gacy, a seemingly ordinary man, presented himself as a friendly, community-focused individual. He was active in local events and even hosted gatherings in his home. This facade allowed him to blend into society, concealing the monstrous truth of his actions. He was involved in local politics and was quite the entertainer, often dressing as Pogo the Clown at children's parties. This duality made him all the more chilling, as the jovial fellow who brought joy to children had a sinister side hidden beneath the surface. Driven by an insatiable urge to dominate and control, Gacy targeted young boys and young men, often luring them with promises of work or other favors. His ability to win the trust of his victims showcased his manipulative nature. Many were enticed to his home, where they would find themselves trapped in an inescapable nightmare. Gacy's home became a site of unimaginable suffering. It was there that he executed his nefarious plans, subjecting his victims to horrific acts of violence. He inflicted physical and psychological torment designed to assert his power over them. Gacy's methods were both shocking and depraved. He employed a variety of tactics to torture his victims, using restraints and various implements that allowed him to carry out his brutal intention. The lack of remorse, coupled with his methodical approach, painted him as a predator, lurking behind a carefully crafted mask of normalcy. He committed these crimes during a time when society was largely unaware of the depths of evil that individuals could reach. The sheer number of his victims, at least 33, speaks volumes about his brutality. As investigations began to unfold, a cloud of fear and confusion enveloped the community. Young men began to vanish, leaving families and friends bewildered and seeking answers. The disappearances ignited widespread concern, prompting local authorities to take action. For years, Gacy evaded capture, his name becoming synonymous with fear as more and more families were left devastated by the loss of their loved ones. Finally, in December of 1978, police unearthed the horrifying truth about Gacy's activities. A search of his home unveiled a nightmarish reality. Authorities discovered the remains of many victims, buried in his backyard, while others were hidden within the walls of his home. This grim discovery not only confirmed suspicions, but also solidified Gacy's status as one of history's most infamous criminals. The trials that followed captured the attention of the nation as Gacy's sordid story unraveled. He was found guilty of multiple counts of murder and received a sentence to death. His trial revealed the chilling details of his life, his actions, and the profound impact on the families forever affected by his heinous deeds. The media frenzy surrounding the case amplified the horror, as Gacy became a chilling symbol of evil. The aftermath of Gacy's trials resonated deeply within communities and the nation. Discussions about law enforcement practices, the safety of young individuals, and the signs of potential dangers came to the forefront. In many ways, Gacy's actions forced society to confront the uncomfortable realities of criminal psychology and the necessity for vigilance. In the years since the revelations of Gacy's crimes, his story has served as a cautionary tale. It reflects the duality of human nature, emphasizing the need to remain aware of the personas people create and the potential for darkness that can lurk behind even the most charming exteriors. Psychology, law enforcement techniques, and societal norms have all evolved in response to the chilling legacies left by Gacy and others like him. Engaging with this dark chapter of history allows us to understand the importance of empathy, support, and vigilance in our community. It is a reminder of the value of transparency, the critical need for safeguarding the vulnerable, and the importance of listening to the voices of those who may feel unheard. As we navigate the complexities of human nature and societal dynamics, the story of John Wayne Gacy remains a haunting testament to the necessity of awareness and compassion in our interactions with one another. In the late 1970s, California found itself gripped by fear as a shadowy figure lurked within the neighborhood. This individual, later dubbed the East Area Rapist, would go on to commit a series of heinous crimes that left a lasting mark on the communities he targeted. Operating primarily in the Sacramento area between 1976 and 1979, he would eventually be linked to over 50 sexual assaults, all characterized by his cunning methods and chilling audacity. The East Area Rapist's reign of terror began in June of 1976. His first known attack took place in a suburban neighborhood where he carefully selected his victims, often breaking into homes in the dead of night. His approach was meticulous. He would often stalk his victims for days, paying attention to their routines and lifestyle. This planning allowed him to strike when they were least prepared, catching them off guard. One of the most notable features of his attacks was his ability to evade capture. The police were constantly on high alert as reports started to flood in, detailing similar incidents across the region. Each crime presented a haunting pattern. The attacker would break into homes, typically when the occupants were sleeping, and would restrain them using whatever material was at hand, usually household items like shoelaces or belts. He employed psychological tactics to instill fear, often taunting his victims and threatening further violence if they did not comply with his demands. Victims often described the assailant as exceedingly agile and quick, capable of moving silently through the darkness. His face was rarely seen, as he would often wear a mask or hood, which added to the terror that gripped the area. Many survivors spoke of the psychological trauma that lingered long after the physical incidents, leaving them feeling vulnerable in their own homes. The East Area Rapist's preference for skilled residential breaks indicated a broader understanding of domestic security, as he would often disable alarms and avoid detection by neighbors. He would choose homes without dogs, or those that were poorly lit, outlining a clear pattern of targets. His ability to stay under the radar not only terrified the victims, but also left law enforcement puzzled in their efforts to track him down. As the assaults continued, the media picked up on the story, amplifying its reach and instilling greater fear in the community. Residents took matters into their own hands, forming watch groups and increasing their visibility, hoping to deter this elusive predator. Stories of the East Area Rapists spread beyond Sacramento, capturing the attention of the entire state, as well as neighboring areas where similar attacks raised red flags. The psychological impact on this community was profound. Victims were often reluctant to speak about their experiences, fostering isolation in those who had survived. Many faced stigmatization, while their families dealt with the aftermath of such traumatic events. The East Area Rapist wasn't just attacking individuals. The very fabric of the community felt ripped apart as trust eroded among neighbors. A significant factor in the East Area Rapist's notoriety was not just the frequency and brutality of the attacks, but also how he seemed to evolve with each incident. Over time, he began to invade homes in different counties, expanding the scope of his reach and deepening the fear that enveloped the Bay Area, with cases hopping from Sacramento to a variety of cities. Each incident was investigated, but leads proved scarce, leaving families with little hope for closure. In 1979, the East Area Rapist committed a pair of attacks in the Central California area that would turn out to be among his final known assaults in this phase. As he shifted his focus, the public was left both anxious and vigilant, awaiting any sign of his capture. However, it seemed like he vanished, almost a ghost among the streams of news reports and fear-laden conversations. Law enforcement agencies adopted new strategies, sharing intelligence across jurisdictions in a concerted effort to track this dangerous individual. Though the trail grew cold, the stories and experiences of those affected continued to shape how police approached sexual violence and community safety. This marked the beginning of a new era in criminal profiling and investigative techniques for dealing with serial offenses. Years later, the East Area Rapist's narrative morphed into what would become the identity of the Golden State Killer, showcasing how one individual could leave an indelible mark on a community. The legacy of his crimes became intertwined with California's history, eliciting ongoing discussions about justice, fear, and resilience. It illuminated flaws within the systems designed to protect individuals, showcasing the need for awareness and prevention in the wake of unchecked violence. Survivors, too, became voices for change, using their experiences to galvanize efforts for education and advocacy, aiming to prevent such traumas from impacting others. In this saga, the East Area Rapist's chilling actions ushered in a new awareness of safety, resilience, and the ongoing quest for justice. Though his identity remained shrouded in mystery for decades, the tenacity of the communities impacted and the evolution of forensic science ultimately led to the eventual apprehension of a suspect years later, reaffirming hope and the belief that those affected could unite, seek healing, and strive for change together. In the late 1970s, the serene landscapes of Northern California, known for their breathtaking views and tranquil hiking trails, were marred by a shocking series of crimes that would haunt the region for decades. David Carpenter, dubbed the Trailside Killer, emerged as a figure of terror, striking fear into the hearts of outdoor enthusiasts and raising concerns about safety in what was once considered a peaceful paradise. Carpenter's criminal activities began to surface in 1979, a time when many individuals sought solace in nature, exploring the vast wilderness of California. His victims were often young women, who he targeted while they were hiking or simply enjoying the beauty of the trails. The act of choosing hiking trails as his hunting grounds was particularly sinister. These locations were typically associated with joy, exercise, and escape from the hustle and bustle of urban life. However, Carpenter twisted this idyllic setting into a backdrop for his heinous acts. During this period, there was a palpable sense of confusion and dread. The victims, who ranged from late teens to middle-aged women, had little in common other than their love for the outdoors. Each disappearance sent shockwaves through their families and communities, and the growing number of unsolved cases highlighted a chilling pattern that was becoming increasingly evident. With the authorities in Northern California struggling to make connections, fear began to permeate the hiking community, shifting a culture of freedom and exploration into one of caution and suspicion. In May of 1979, the first known victim, 20-year-old Barbara Ann Scott was reported missing after a trip to the Mount Tamalpais State Park. Her body was discovered later, revealing the grim reality of what had transpired. As more victims emerged, the investigation intensified. Yet Carpenter's ability to remain elusive left law enforcement baffled. Despite the escalating terror, the question loomed large. Who was responsible for these tragedies? Carpenter's approach was disturbingly methodical. He often posed as a helpful stranger, luring his victims into remote areas under the guise of an innocent interaction. Once isolated, his true nature would reveal itself in the most horrifying manner. The brutality of these crimes was not only a testament to his violent tendencies, but also a reflection of the prevailing evil that can lurk behind a facade of normalcy. In a society that often deemed intuition and caution as excessive, Carpenter capitalized on the trust people placed in one another. As the body count rose, the media began to act as a significant force in the case. The headlines screamed of a killer on the loose, framing Carpenter not just as a criminal, but an archetype of the hidden dangers that could ambush even the most serene of hikes. Stories of survivors began to surface, detailing close encounters that underscored the uncanny that had invaded the beauty of nature. Survivors spoke of unprovoked attacks and the relentless resolve of the man who seemed to vanish into thin air after his acts of cruelty. The culmination of Carpenter's horrifying spree came in 1980, when he was apprehended after attempting another assault in the very same region that had seen so much suffering. It was a defining moment for law enforcement, who had worked tirelessly to connect the dots and deliver justice to victims and their family. Through thorough forensic work and the testimonies of witnesses, Carpenter's gruesome pattern was finally revealed, clearing the path for a long-awaited trial. As Carpenter's trial unfolded, the courtroom became a theater of emotions. Victim impact statements painted the pain and devastation left behind, emphasizing the far-reaching effects of his action. As family members spoke, aiming to capture both the humanity of their loved ones and the cruelty inflicted upon them, it became clear that these stories were not merely statistics in a police report. They were lives tragically cut short, dreams extinguished in the blink of an eye. In 1981, Carpenter was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sexual assault, sealing his fate as a notorious figure in American criminal history. Throughout the trial, Carpenter maintained a chilling demeanor, providing a stark contrast to the emotional testimonies of those who had lost so much. While he was sentenced to death, the debate surrounding capital punishment and its moral implications stirred conversations that echoed through the communities affected by his crimes. The story of David Carpenter serves as a haunting reminder of the darkness that can come from within. His actions transformed idyllic hiking trails into sites of unimaginable horror, reshaping the thoughts of countless individuals who sought refuge in nature. While his reign of terror has long since ended, the memories of those who suffered remain etched in the landscapes he once plagued. As society reflects on this dark chapter in history, the lessons learned emphasize the importance of vigilance, awareness, and the need to honor the memories of those who were lost to such senseless violence. In revisiting the Trailside Killer's narrative, we are reminded to cherish the beauty of the outdoors while never taking safety for granted. Between 1979 and 1981, the city of Atlanta, Georgia, was struck by a wave of tragedy that would leave a lasting mark on its community and ignite national attention. This period is often referred to as the Atlanta Child Murders, a deeply unsettling series of events in which over 25 children and young adults vanished or were found dead, leading to a climate of fear and sorrow. The backdrop of this horrific scenario was a city in transition, experiencing both economic growth and social challenges. Atlanta was known for its vibrant cultural scene and as a pivotal center of the civil rights movement. However, beneath the surface of this bustling metropolis lay a growing concern about crime and safety, especially for its most vulnerable citizens, the children. The victims of these tragic events were predominantly African American boys and young men, aged between 7 and 21. They were often last seen in their neighborhoods or while attending local events. Their disappearances were alarming, and families feared the worst as the days turned into weeks without any clues to their whereabouts. In the unfolding chaos, communities rallied together, forming search parties and organizing rallies to bring awareness to the plight of the missing children. This unity reflected both a deep-seated fear and a fierce determination to protect the city's youth. The search for answers became a collective effort, engaging local churches, schools, and civic organizations. Yet, despite all efforts, many families faced heart-wrenching uncertainty. As news broke of bodies being discovered, the atmosphere in Atlanta grew increasingly tense. Each new revelation pierced through the already raw emotions of families, friends, and the community at large. The investigation, led by local law enforcement and the FBI, faced a myriad of challenges. The sheer number of cases, combined with a lack of concrete evidence, made the task daunting. Rumors ran rampant, and suspicion fell on various individuals, further complicating the search for the truth. In the wake of the tragedies, many began to speculate about the possible motivations behind the murders. Fear gripped the neighborhoods, leading to heightened caution among parents and guardians. Children could no longer play freely in the streets, and families began to impose strict curfews, marking the end of a seemingly innocuous time in Atlanta's history. As the investigation continued, local officials and community leaders were pressured to take decisive actions. This led to increased police presence and the establishment of community watch programs aimed at deterring further violence and enhancing safety. Despite these efforts, the horror of the past loomed large over the city. The first major breakthrough came in 1980, when authorities arrested Wayne Williams, a 23-year-old man who became the prime suspect in the Atlanta child murders. His arrest was followed by a series of investigative developments, including the collection of forensic evidence that seemingly linked him to some of the murders. Williams' trial captivated the nation, exposing the deep rifts of racial tension and social injustice that still simmered in Atlanta. Throughout the proceedings, the case against Williams was met with fervent scrutiny. Many in the community questioned whether justice was being served, feeling that larger systemic issues were at play. The defense argued against the quality of the evidence presented and raised doubts about the investigations. The media frenzy surrounding the trial intensified the emotional toll on families who were still grappling with their losses. In 1982, Williams was convicted on 2 counts of murder, and though he was not convicted for all the child murders, law enforcement officials asserted that he was linked to many of the victims. His case marked a turning point, but it did not resolve the pervasive fear or bring closure to the grieving families. Many questions remained unanswered, leaving a cloud of uncertainty over the events of those years. The impact of the Atlanta child murders reverberated through the city and beyond. It initiated conversations about youth safety, community engagement, and the systemic issues that underserved neighborhoods faced. Activists and leaders rallied for reform in law, enforcement practices, seeking greater accountability and transparency. Over the years, the memory of the victims has been honored through various tributes, ensuring they are never forgotten. Memorials and community programs were established to provide support and resources to children and families who continue to face challenges. The legacy of the Atlanta child murders serves as a reminder of the importance of vigilance, compassion, and advocacy for those who cannot advocate for themselves. It reflects the resilience of a community that faced unimaginable grief, but ultimately sought to create change in honor of the lives lost. Today, as we reflect on these events, it is crucial to remember the lessons learned and to ensure that the stories of the children continue to resonate as a call for justice and protection. The efforts to make our communities safer must continue, honoring the past while looking towards a future where such tragedies are not repeated. In the summer of 1977, a tragic event unfolded at a Girl Scout camp near Locust Grove, Oklahoma, that would leave a lasting impact on the community and beyond. The camp, known as Camp Scott, was a place meant for adventure, friendship, and the joy of shared experiences among young girls. However, that summer, it became the site of a horrific crime that would forever change the perception of safety at youth camps. 3 young girls from the Tulsa area, 8-year-old Michelle Gouze, 9-year-old Doris Denise Milner, and 10-year-old Lori Lee Farmer, were excited to be part of the camp. They arrived with bright smiles, ready to engage in activities like hiking, swimming, and making new friends. Camp Scott promised a summer filled with laughter and learning, a setting where they could experience the joys of childhood. But that promising summer turned into darkness when the girls went missing during the first night of their stay. As the day transitioned into evening, their absence was noted, and fears began to rise among camp leaders and counselors. What was initially a search for 3 lost children quickly escalated into something far more serious. Local authorities were alerted, and a search party was formed. As twilight turned into night, the campsite was filled with tension and uncertainty. The camp was filled with worried voices and anxious faces, all hoping for the safe return of the girls. Tragically, the search did not end in relief. The bodies of the 3 girls were discovered a few days later in a wooded area near the camp. The grim details of the crime shocked the nation. The girls had been brutally assaulted and murdered, and the local community struggled to comprehend the violent nature of the act. The innocence of childhood was shattered, and a deep sense of grief swept through the region. With little evidence to go on, authorities faced the daunting task of uncovering the truth behind the heinous crime. This case became a focal point for investigators who delved deeply into the lives of the victims, seeking any clues that might lead them to the perpetrator of this tragic event. The community rallied together to support one another in a time of profound sorrow. Vigils were held in memory of the girls, and conversations about safety in public spaces took on heightened urgency. As investigators explored various leads, the case took numerous twists and turns. It drew attention from national media and sparked conversations about the safety of children at camps and other recreational activities. The level of fear and concern among parents reached unprecedented heights as people struggled to grasp how a crime of such magnitude could occur in a seemingly serene environment meant for nurturing and fun. The hunt for justice intensified, and law enforcement utilized innovative techniques of the time to gather evidence and track down potential suspects. Over time, a man named Jean Leroy Hart emerged as the primary suspect. Hart, a convicted felon who had previously escaped from custody, was linked to the area surrounding the camp. His background and history raised red flags for investigators, who pored over his life in the pursuit of connections to the unspeakable act committed against the girls. As the investigation progressed, a trial ensued that captured national attention. The courtroom became a battleground as the prosecution and defense presented their cases. The evidence against Hart was compelling, but his assertion of innocence complicated matters. Ultimately, Hart was acquitted due to insufficient evidence, a decision that left many feeling frustrated and disillusioned. Despite the verdict, the impact of the Girl Scout murders lingered long after the trial concluded. The incident served as a poignant reminder of the vulnerability of children and underscored the need for greater safety measures in public spaces. Camp programs were reevaluated, and security protocols were put in place to prevent such tragedies from happening in the future. In the years since the events at Camp Scott, the story of the three girls has remained etched in the collective memory of the nation. It serves not only as a reminder of the fragility of life and the depths of human tragedy, but also as a catalyst for change, prompting discussions around child safety, community vigilance, and the importance of nurturing environments for youth. In reflecting on the Girl Scout murders, we acknowledge the innocence of the young lives that were lost, and we commit to ensuring that their memories endure. Their story is a call to action for all of us to create safer spaces for children everywhere. Today, we honor their lives and the joy they brought to the world, ensuring that their legacy will not be forgotten as we strive to protect future generations. Richard Ramirez, often referred to as the Night Stalker, is one of the most notorious serial killers in American history. His reign of terror began in the late 1970s, culminating in a series of horrific crimes that shocked the nation in the mid-1980s. Understanding the context of Ramirez's crimes requires us to step into the atmosphere of fear and uncertainty that enveloped Southern California during those years. Born in 1960 in El Paso, Texas, Ramirez was raised in a troubled family environment marked by violence and neglect. His early exposure to his cousin, who was a soldier in the Vietnam War, introduced him to the darker aspects of life, including drugs and brutality. This formative influence would play a pivotal role in shaping Ramirez's future actions. By the time he moved to California in the late 1970s, he was already spiraling into a life of crime and deviance. Ramirez's crimes began with a string of burglaries, but it wasn't long before he crossed a line that forever altered the course of his life and the lives of countless victims. His first documented murder occurred in 1984, a brutal act that marked the beginning of a spree that would claim the lives of at least 13 people and leave many more injured across a sprawling range of Southern California. What made Ramirez's rampage even more chilling was his modus operandi, which varied greatly, showcasing a disturbing versatility that eluded law enforcement for years. He broke into homes, often late at night, targeting unsuspecting victims in their own spaces. His attacks were characterized by extreme violence, sexual assault, and psychological torment. In some cases, Ramirez chose his victims based on their vulnerability, preying on those who seemed least able to defend themselves. His horrifying tactics drew attention not just due to the brutality of his crimes, but also because of the sheer randomness. He did not discriminate, young or old, male or female. Everyone was at risk. As he evaded capture, fear seeped into the community. People began to lock their doors, install security systems, and take precautions that fundamentally changed their way of life. The sense of safety that many residents had taken for granted was abruptly shattered. Media coverage of the Night Stalker case played a significant role in amplifying public fear. Sensational headlines and reports depicted Ramirez as a shadowy figure who could strike at any moment. As his crimes escalated, the police faced mounting pressure to catch the perpetrator. A task force was formed, leading to extensive investigations, community outreach, and tips pouring in from the public. In the midst of this chaos, Ramirez's capture in 1985 came almost by chance. After a failed attempt to break into another home, he was spotted by witnesses who recognized him from police sketches that had been widely circulated. A group of vigilant citizens apprehended him and held him until the police arrived. The man who had terrorized so many was finally in custody. The subsequent trial captured national attention and served as a dramatic centerpiece for the media frenzy surrounding his story. Ramirez was not only facing charges for murder, sexual assault, and other violent crimes. He became a twisted symbol of evil for many. Throughout the trial, Ramirez displayed a chilling demeanor, often flashing a pentagram sign and showing little remorse for his action. His defiance only fueled the public's fascination with his case. In popular culture, Ramirez has been portrayed as the archetypal villain, a figure of fear that represents the darker side of humanity. Documentaries, movies, and books have been produced to delve into both the crimes and the psychological elements that drove him. Some experts have speculated on his mental state, societal influences, and early childhood experiences that might have contributed to his violent tendencies. It is important to understand the legacy of Ramirez's actions. While police eventually captured him, the impact of his crimes rippled through communities and altered the lives of those directly affected. Many families bore the scars of loss and trauma, forever shaken by the events of those years. Ramirez was convicted on numerous counts of murder and sentenced to death in 1989, yet he remained on death row for over 2 decades, with various appeals dragging out the judicial process. Ultimately, Richard Ramirez's life serves as a stark reminder of the horror that individuals are capable of inflicting. His infamous title as the Night Stalker still resonates as a chilling chapter in crime history. The societal implications of his actions highlight the importance of vigilance, community awareness, and the lasting impact of fear on everyday lives. Justice remained elusive for many victims, illustrating the ongoing struggle between the urge for retribution and the complexities of the human psyche. As discussions around crime continue today, Ramirez's case serves as a point of reference, reminding us of the fragile nature of safety and the profound effects of violence on individuals and communities alike. The Night Stalker story persists in our consciousness, urging society to confront the darker aspects of human behavior while navigating the complexities of justice and rehabilitation. In the late 1970s, the seaside town of Southend-On-Sea, located on the picturesque Essex coast of the United Kingdom, became the center of a chilling mystery that has lingered in the shadows of local folklore ever since. This period witnessed a series of unsolved knife attacks that primarily targeted women, sending shockwaves throughout the community and beyond. The events that unfolded during this time transformed the town's perception from a charming coastal retreat into a landscape of fear and uncertainty. Southend-on-Sea, known for its stunning pleasure pier and lively beachfront, attracted visitors seeking sun, fun, and relaxation. However, it was during this vibrant time that the dark narrative of the Southend-On-Sea Slasher began to take shape. The string of attacks started in 1976, with the first reported incident making headlines and startling the local populace. As women began sharing their stories, an unsettling pattern emerged, prompting dialogue and concern among residents. The first few victims described similar encounters, a fleeting sense of danger that seemed to come out of nowhere, quickly followed by the life-altering experience of an attack. The method was alarming yet disconcertingly simple. Knife wounds inflicted in areas that left the victims physically scarred and psychologically shaken. As news of these incidents spread, a collective unease settled over Southend. Women adapted their routines, reassessing their safety measures as they navigated their daily lives. The coastal town which previously brimmed with carefree joy, now echoed with whispers of trepidation. The local police force was thrust into the spotlight as they worked tirelessly to piece together the identity of the individual behind these heinous acts. Investigators gathered physical evidence and eyewitness testimonies, piecing together a puzzle that seemed to stretch into the very fabric of the community. Despite their best efforts, the perpetrator remained elusive, slipping through the fingers of law enforcement time and time again. Each incident escalated tension and frustration, not just among the police, but among the townspeople who felt their sense of security fading. Media coverage surged, with local newspapers and television stations broadcasting stories that captivated audience far beyond Southend-On-Sea. Images of the bustling beach, juxtaposed with articles detailing the grim reality of the slasher, created a stark contrast that intrigued as much as it frightened. The fascination with such cases often draws the public, who find themselves entangled in the enigma and searching for resolution. Citizens began sharing rumors and theories about the attacks, each more outlandish than the last, leading to a morbid curiosity that showcased the strange allure of true crime narratives. This unprecedented surge of fear and excitement gave birth to a more profound cultural phenomenon. Community meetings became the forum for vital discussions on safety and awareness. Women began forming networks of support, sharing safety tips and strategies. Neighbors looked out for one another, creating a tight-knit community amid uncertainty. The atmosphere, once filled with laughter and joyous sounds of the seaside, transformed into an environment charged with vigilance, where every shadow became a potential threat. Meanwhile, artists and storytellers were inspired by the events unfolding around them. The mysterious incidents of the Southend-On-Sea Slasher seeped into local art, music, and literature. Dark tales and eerie songs began to tell the story of the slasher, blending local history with a hint of folklore. These creative expressions served as both a coping mechanism for townspeople and a haunting reminder of the darkness that lingered just beneath the surface of daily life. As years passed, the fervor surrounding the Southend-On-Sea Slasher faded into obscurity. Authorities continued their investigations even as the world moved on to new headlines and new stories. Yet for many, particularly those whose lives had been touched by the attacks, the memory lingered, a shadow of a past that eluded closure. The question of who the slasher was and whether they would ever be apprehended hung in the minds of those who felt the weight of fear and the hunger for justice. The legacy of these events became embedded in the history of Southend-On-Sea, a tale of fear interlaced with resilience. Like many small towns with their own secrets, Southend developed a complex relationship with these unsolved mysteries. Over time, it transformed into a narrative that combined local legend with collective memory. Years later, visitors to Southend may roam the same streets that bore witness to such horrors, enjoying the vibrant atmosphere and beauty of the coast, perhaps oblivious to the shadows of the past. Now, when people speak of the Southend-On-Sea Slasher, they often evoke a haunting blend of curiosity and fascination, an example of how fear can seep into the fabric of a community. The echoes of those incidents continue to remind us of the unpredictable nature of life and the importance of shared vigilance in ensuring safety and fostering a sense of belonging. Such stories linger long after the headlines have faded, serving as cautionary tales and lessons on the power of community resilience in overcoming darkness. The narrative of the Southend-On-Sea Slasher, though shrouded in mystery and tragedy, remains a poignant chapter in the town's history, a testament to the enduring human spirit in the face of fear and uncertainty. In the late 1970s, a series of tragic events unfolded in the New York area that would forever change the lives of many families and leave a haunting mark on the community. This story takes us to Oak Beach, a small, secluded area on the south shore of Long Island, adjacent to Gilgo Beach. Here, the grim realities of crime, mystery, and tragedy intertwined, resulting in the alarming disappearances and murders of several young women. The narrative begins with a close-knit community that, despite its picturesque surroundings, became a backdrop for sinister happenings. Oak Beach, known for its quiet and serene environment, suddenly found itself at the center of a chilling series of events. The investigations that followed would reveal dark secrets lurking beneath the surface of this tranquil facade. In 1977, the first of these haunting tales emerged when the body of a young woman was discovered. As authorities began to peel back the layers of the case, they found a disturbing pattern. Over the next few years, more young women disappeared, leaving families desperate for answers and communities gripped by fear. Each case echoed with similarities that could not be ignored, prompting a conversation about the dangers lurking in the shadows of their own neighborhoods. Among those who went missing were women from diverse backgrounds, each with their own story, aspirations, and dreams. The lives they led were vibrant and full of potential. But as they vanished, the question of how someone could simply disappear became all-consuming. Friends and family members expressed disbelief. These were not merely victims, but beloved daughters, sisters, and friends who had the world ahead of them. The investigation into these incidents was complex and fraught with challenges. Law enforcement faced numerous obstacles as they tried to connect the dots between the victims. The timeline was often unclear, leading to confusion and frustration. Each lead would sometimes feel like a dead end, and the lack of information only deepened the mystery surrounding these cases. As the community sought to grapple with the emotions stemming from these events, it became apparent that this was more than just an isolated occurrence. In the years that followed, as the sun set over the tranquil beaches of Oak Beach and Gilgo Beach, the fear of the unknown lingered. Many began to question not just their personal safety, but also the safety of others. The stories of those who had vanished became intertwined with the lore of the area, a whispered reminder of the unresolved tragedies. While law enforcement worked tirelessly to find answers, speculation began to rise regarding the potential connection between the cases. Discussions ranged from the possibility of an active serial offender to the idea of interconnected fates. Communities found themselves in dialogue, sharing stories and theories, each contributing to a growing narrative built around grief, loss, and a quest for resolution. The late 1970s weren't just marked by these tragedies alone. They were formative years for many, a time when personal stories blossomed amidst the backdrop of darkness. Those who had been affected in different ways came together in a shared quest for justice. As the years rolled on, the quest for closure remained a focal point, not solely for victims' families, but for the entire community that had been shaken by these events. The Oak Beach murders and their aftermath serve as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of vigilance. The scars left on families shaped their legacies, transcending time and whispers. Each passing year brought the memories of those lost to the forefront, maintaining a silent conversation about safety, awareness, and the need to cherish those we hold dear. As people come and go from the beaches that once felt like a sanctuary, the story of Oak Beach continues to resonate within the hearts of those who remember. Local historians, writers, and filmmakers have since tapped into this history, seeking to shed light on the events while honoring those whose lives were lost. They strive to remind us that while the story may be shrouded in mystery, it is also one of resilience and the human spirit's capacity to endure amid tragedy. The threads of the past intertwine, creating a tapestry of sorrow and remembrance. As we reflect on these events from a distance, it reminds us to remain vigilant, compassionate, and united as a community, knowing that behind every statistic lies a narrative that deserves to be heard and honored. The quest for justice, for understanding, and for peace remains a timeless endeavor, one that connects us all in our shared humanity. On a quiet night in the rural heart of Kentucky, the tranquility of Munfordville was profoundly shattered by a tragic event that would leave an indelible mark on the community. It was 1977, and Munfordville, a small town known for its friendly residents and beautiful landscapes, became the backdrop for a harrowing crime that captivated the attention of both locals and media. The events began on a seemingly ordinary evening. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the town as families settled into their nightly routines. The lights in homes flickered on, and the sounds of laughter and conversation filled the air. However, this particular evening took a dark turn that would alter the lives of many. A well-respected family, regarded as pillars in this close-knit community, became the targets of a brutal home invasion. As night fell, trespassers entered their residence under the cover of darkness, driven by intentions that were anything but honorable. It was not merely a case of robbery or theft. Instead, it escalated to a scene of unimaginable violence. The family, known for their kindness and generosity, found themselves in a nightmare that unfolded quickly. The intruders, armed and desperate, stormed through the house, creating chaos in an environment that was once a sanctuary. Efforts to protect loved ones and defend their home were met with brutality. Innocent lives were caught in a whirlwind of fear and panic. As the night unfolded, voices that once echoed with warmth were replaced by cries of terror. The local sheriff's department, alerted by neighbors who sensed something was amiss, rushed to the scene. However, it was too late. The damage had been done, and the aftermath was a scene no one could have prepared for. What should have been a safe haven had become a place of horror. When news of the incident reached the town, shockwaves reverberated through the community. Munfordville, a place where neighbors looked out for each other, struggled to comprehend how such a heinous act could occur in their midst. Fear began to overshadow the once peaceful streets, and residents found themselves questioning their safety in a town where they had always felt secure. In the days that followed, local news outlets descended upon Munfordville, seeking to uncover the details of this tragic event. The narrative of the home invasion quickly spread, drawing attention not only from the state, but also from national sources. This incident transformed the perception of safety in rural Kentucky, igniting conversations about crime and security that had previously been foreign to the townspeople. Investigations launched by law enforcement aimed to gather answers and bring justice to the victims. The community raised its voice, demanding safety and justice, uniting in their grief and outrage. Vigilance became the new normal, as residents took note of their surroundings and became increasingly aware of the potential dangers lurking in the shadows. Community meetings emerged, focused on strengthening neighborhood watch programs and discussing how to protect each other. Amidst the sorrow, stories began to emerge showcasing the resilience and unity of Munfordville's residents. They came together to support the affected family, organizing fundraisers and memorials to honor the lives lost. Strangers became friends, bound by shared pain, and a collective desire to heal and restore their beloved town. Years passed, but the memory of that night remained vivid in the minds of those who lived through it. The Munfordville Massacre was no longer just a distant tragedy. It became a critical part of the town's history, a reminder of vulnerability and the need to cherish life's moments. The community learned the hard way about the fragility of tranquility, and it sparked a transformation in how they perceived their safety and unity. The impact of that dark night rippled through generations, shaping the identity of Munfordville in ways that no one could have anticipated. Ceremonies in remembrance of the victims became annual events, filled with tears and laughter, as the community honored the past while embracing the future. New friendships blossomed, and old ones deepened, as conversations about safety evolved into discussions about trust, love, and support. As the years rolled on, the lessons learned from the Munfordville Massacre created a legacy of resilience and determination within the community. The story of that fateful night transformed into a tale of hope, where families rallied together to ensure that such an event would never happen again. The scars of the past became a foundation for community activism, engaging in dialogue about crime prevention and neighborhood safety measures. While the tragedy reshaped the town's perception of peace, it also ignited a flame of vigilance and fortitude. Munfordville became synonymous with unity and adversity, a testament to the strength of the human spirit. The memories, while painful, served as an unwavering reminder of the importance of community, compassion, and standing together in times of crisis. In the end, the Munfordville Massacre serves as a pivotal chapter in the town's narrative. Through pain emerged resilience. Through fear emerged solidarity. And the once tranquil streets became a testament to the power of community in the face of overwhelming darkness. The bond forged through loss continues to light the way for future generations, ensuring that the lessons learned from that night in 1977 reverberate with unwavering strength and purpose. The Wanda Beach murders represent one of the most haunting and enigmatic cases in Australian true crime history. This case took place in January 1965 at Wanda Beach in southern Sydney, Australia, and it continues to intrigue and unsettle many. The tragic events unfolded over a single day, a day that would alter the lives of families and the fabric of the community forever. On a seemingly ordinary summer day, two teenage girls, 15-year-old Marianne Schmidt and 16-year-old Christine Sharrock, decided to spend their time at Wanda Beach. Known for its golden sand and sparkling waves, the beach was a popular gathering spot for teenagers and families alike. The girls appeared to be enjoying the warmth of the sun, sharing laughter and dreams for the future, blissfully unaware of the darkness that loomed nearby. As the hours passed, the girls failed to return home. Concern grew when their families realized something was amiss. A search was quickly organized, and throngs of locals and authorities combed the beach and its surrounding area. The sense of urgency escalated, but nothing prepared the community for the grim discovery that awaited them. When the bodies of Marianne and Christine were eventually located, they were found in a secluded area not far from where they had last been seen. The circumstances surrounding their deaths were shocking. Both girls had been violently attacked, and the brutality of the crime sent shockwaves through the quiet beachside community. The investigation that followed was extensive and intense, with detectives pursuing leads and gathering evidence in an attempt to bring the perpetrator to justice. The case grew even more perplexing as it unfolded. Initially, investigators faced numerous challenges. There were limited clues, and eyewitness accounts were scarce. The uncertainty led to intense media coverage, and the public fascination only intensified as rumors and theories circulated. Who could commit such a heinous act, and why? The questions seemed endless. As the years progressed, the Wanda Beach murders began to take on a life of their own within the realm of Australian crime folklore. In the late 1970s, new attention was drawn to the case as connections emerged, linking it to other unsolved assaults and murders throughout the area. Each lead opened up a wide array of possibilities, suggesting that the crime might not be an isolated incident, but rather a piece of a more extensive and disturbing pattern of violence. Investigators began to analyze past criminal behavior and patterns, looking for any semblance of a connection to the Wanda Beach murders. Such analysis opened the door to reconsider potential suspects who had previously been overlooked. They explored the lives of various individuals who had been in the vicinity of the beach, looking for patterns or common traits among them. The chilling realization that these crimes might weave a complicated web extended the investigation beyond a singular case, leading us to ponder the depths of human nature and its darker inclinations. During this renewed investigation, the public was captivated by the chilling accounts of similar assaults that mirrored the brutality found in the Wanda Beach case. Various theories emerged, each more frightening than the last, igniting curiosity and fear within the populace. Could there be a serial offender lurking in the shadows, connected to the lives of those who frequented the beaches? As time went on, the case began to fade from headlines, largely due to the lack of groundbreaking evidence and the passing of years. However, it lingered in the collective conscience of the community, serving as a reminder of the fragility of safety and the unexpected turns that life can take. In the years that followed, the importance of the Wanda Beach case persisted in Australian culture. True crime enthusiasts dissected the details, and writers explored the psychological dimensions of the crime, examining the motivations behind such brutality. Documentaries were produced, aiming to understand the ramifications of the murders and the effects on both families and the broader community. As new technologies emerged, so did the potential for re-examining old evidence. The advent of forensic science and improved investigative techniques offered a glimmer of hope that perhaps one day answers might emerge. Renewed interest in cold cases highlighted the significance of pursuing justice, even after many years had passed. The Wanda Beach murders remain a poignant reminder of the lost lives of two young girls who had no idea what fate awaited them. Their story serves to underscore the importance of remembering those who were impacted by such events and keeping their memories alive. It reflects the resilience of a community that continues to seek answers and the collective desire for justice, no matter how long it takes. As we delve into the complexity of this case and its ongoing legacy, we are invited to consider the broader themes surrounding human behavior and the societal factors that influence violence. The stark reality of the Wanda Beach murders may fade into history, but the lessons learned, the questions posed, and the search for the truth will endure, inviting reflection on the delicate balance of safety, community, and the shadows that sometimes creep too close to home. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Adelaide, South Australia, became the haunting backdrop for a series of gruesome events known as the family murders. This case involved a disturbing network of individuals whose actions sparked fear and dread within the community. The murders, occurring primarily between 1979 and 1983, were not the result of a single perpetrator, but rather a collective of individuals engaging in chilling behavior. The victims of these crimes were predominantly young men, many of whom were marginalized and vulnerable, making them easy targets for the perpetrators. The nature of the crimes was particularly heinous, as these young individuals were lured with the promise of friendship, support, or simply companionship, only to meet devastating fates. The methods used in these murders were not only brutal, but also demonstrated a shocking level of cruelty. Many of the bodies were found in various rural locations, highlighting the sheer audacity and premeditated nature of the acts committed. As the investigations unfolded, it became apparent that the killings were not random acts of violence. Instead, they showcased a disturbing pattern of behavior, revealing that there was an elaborate network behind them. Police investigations indicated that some individuals involved were closely connected, sharing a dark camaraderie that revolved around their violent act. This made it particularly challenging for law enforcement to untangle the web of deception and locate those responsible. One of the most disturbing aspects of the family murders was the apparent silencing of the victims. Many of the young men had been reported missing without a significant outcry from society or law enforcement, reflecting a troubling disregard for their lives. This raised questions regarding the societal perceptions of marginalized groups during that time, and how these perceptions could allow such heinous acts to occur with relative impunity. Media coverage played a significant role in bringing attention to the family murders. Journalists sought to uncover the truth behind the horrific events and to give a voice to the victims who had been forgotten. The stories of these young men, most of whom were often dismissed as delinquents or misfits, came to the forefront of public discourse, challenging the narratives around their lives. This attention helped to shed light on the broader societal issues that allowed such violence to transpire. The investigations into the family murders were fraught with challenges, not least due to the culture of secrecy that surrounded those involved. Many potential witnesses were reluctant to come forward, possibly out of fear or because they were complicit in some way. This culture of silence only deepened the mystery and frustration for investigators who desperately sought justice for the victim. One can hardly underestimate the lasting impact of the family murders on the Adelaide community. As the details of the crimes emerged, they rattled the sense of safety and normalcy that residents had previously taken for granted. Families felt a heightened sense of fear as the notion that such brutality could occur in their own backyard became a reality. The psychological toll on the community was profound, as people grappled with the realization that their world had been marked by such darkness. Years later, the ramifications of the family murders still resonate within Adelaide. The case has led to significant discussions about law enforcement responses to similar crimes and the treatment of vulnerable communities. It has prompted various initiatives aimed at supporting marginalized individuals and ensuring that their voices are heard and valued. Ultimately, the family murders were not just a series of tragic events, they were a catalyst for change, prompting society to reflect on its values and responsibilities. Over the years, the legacy of the family murders has found its way into various forms of media, including documentaries, articles, and even fictional representations. These narratives serve not only to remind the public of the victims, but also to provide insights into the complex motivations and societal issues surrounding the crimes. By examining these stories, one can begin to understand the profound impact of the events and how they have shaped discussions about crime, justice, and societal responsibility. The family murders remain one of the most talked about cases in Australian criminal history. They serve as a reminder of the potential for both human darkness and the strength of community resilience. Amidst the horror of those times, many individuals and organizations emerged to advocate for justice, ensuring that the voices of the victims were not silenced forever. Through this lens, we can find not only a chilling story of crime, but also a compelling narrative of humanity's capacity for compassion and change. In the quiet, wild expanse of the Yorkshire moors, a series of events unfolded in the late 1970s that would shock the nation and bring to light the dark legacy of two infamous figures, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley. These names are forever entwined in the grim history of crime, as they were responsible for a series of heinous acts in the 1960s, which haunted not only the families of their victims, but also the moral fabric of society. The atmosphere in that era was thick with tension and fear. The landscape of the Yorkshire moors, with its vast rolling hills and remote desolate stretches, often seemed an unlikely backdrop for the horrors that had taken place. However, the beauty of this region stood in stark contrast to the events that transpired as the location began to unveil its secret. In the late 1960s, the shocking disappearance of several children from Manchester raised alarm bells. This was a time when communities were already grappling with the unforeseen dangers that lurked in their midst. As the years went by, the realization that these children had fallen victim to the cruelty of Brady and Hindley became apparent. Their methodical and calculated approach to crime left a trail of destruction that would haunt families for generations. The investigation that followed their apprehension proved to be challenging, as law enforcement struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the crimes. Brady and Hindley's arrest revealed a chilling pattern of manipulation and harm. As detectives pieced together the heinous activities of this duo, they searched for answers in every corner of the sprawling moors surrounding Manchester. Each discovery intensified the community's grief and outrage as they learned about individuals whose lives had been stolen too soon. In 1977, the police investigation took an unexpected turn. As the moors became the focal point for searches, more bodies were discovered, bringing with them tales of sorrow and tragedy. These finds marked a significant escalation in the quest for justice, as it became evident that more victims were buried beneath the bleak landscape, hidden from sight but never forgotten. Families of those who had gone missing lived in a state of uncertain hope, their hearts balanced between despair and a longing for closure. The search on the moors became a poignant symbol of their struggle. Every new clue or piece of evidence felt like a tether connecting them to their lost loved ones, and each discovery added to the ever-growing understanding of the twisted reality constructed by Brady and Hindley. As investigators delved deeper into these grim discoveries, they uncovered various leads that pointed toward additional victims. The chilling nature of these revelations showcased not only the depravity of the duo, but also highlighted the importance of community resilience. People banded together, showing unwavering support for one another during this dark chapter in history. The strength displayed by the communities surrounding the moors served as a reminder that they could face adversity together. In addition to the physical effort of unearthing bodies, the psychological toll of the investigation weighed heavily on the officers involved. The burden of uncovering the truth became a balancing act between professional duty and emotional distress. Each discovery was not just a data point in an investigation, but a human life that had met with unimaginable fate. This weighing of ethical responsibility continued long after the case had closed. A burden echoed in the hearts of those who worked tirelessly to shed light on the darkness. As the Moors continued to reveal their troubled past, the narrative of the Yorkshire murders transformed over the years. Documentaries and books emerged, making the story accessible to those who were too young to remember the events firsthand. The weight of historical reflection invited new generations to learn from the shadows of the past and to honor the lives lost in that bleak period. The rolling hills of the Yorkshire moors, with their untamed beauty, become a canvas of haunting reflection, a place where nature and memory intertwine. The dawn of discovery brought with it dreams that were never fulfilled and stories that could never be told. Yet, within this space, hope and awareness emerged as a testament to resilience helping society confront the evils that may sometimes lie in the open expanse of our landscapes and minds. Through the passage of time, new bodies discovered, linked to the tragic history, brought renewed discussions on how to handle tragedies stemming from human cruelty and the leniency of justice systems. This dialogue is essential in shaping a more compassionate world, ensuring that the names of the lost are not relegated to mere statistics or faded headlines, but are celebrated and remembered for what they represented. A life cherished, a future unwritten, and the need for a continued commitment to safeguarding innocence in our community. Today, when one walks through the moors, the air is filled with a different kind of energy, a call for understanding, a plea for justice, and a reminder that in darkness we must seek out the light, cherishing the lives touched by the tragic past, while working relentlessly to weave a tapestry of safety and love. This legacy continues to shape the collective consciousness, not just in Yorkshire, but across the world, urging societies to recognize the past, honor the victims, and cultivate a future richer in kindness and compassion. In the small town of Skidmore, Missouri, a story unfolds that reflects the complex nature of justice and community dynamics. In the summer of 1981, Ken Rex McElroy, a man known for his intimidating presence and notorious bullying, met his end in a manner that would captivate and perplex the nation for decades to come. McElroy was no ordinary individual. He was infamous for his criminal behavior throughout the 1970s, instilling fear in the hearts of townspeople with a series of violent acts and a lack of regard for the law. McElroy's life was marked by conflict, and he often clashed with locals, going so far as to intimidate witnesses and victims of his crimes. His reputation as a bully gave him a sense of invincibility, allowing him to act as if he were above the law. The townspeople had long endured his harassment and criminality in a silence that grew more palpable with each passing year. However, the simmering tensions in the community, combined with an undeniable promise of retribution, finally came to a head on that fateful night in July. On the evening of July 10, 1981, McElroy was confronted in a local bar, where tensions boiled over. What happened next would become a pivotal moment in the narrative of Skidmore. As he left the bar, in plain sight of numerous witnesses, he was shot multiple times. The reaction of the townspeople was swift. They scattered in fear, some seeking cover, others unsure of what had just transpired. Despite the presence of many witnesses, the situation grew murkier, as no one stepped forward to provide information about the shooting. This silence can be attributed to the profound culture of fear McElroy had instilled within Skidmore. The community, long terrorized by his actions, had aligned itself against him, but they were also acutely aware of the risks associated with standing up to such a figure, even in death. The mystery surrounding who pulled the trigger became a topic of speculation, gossip, and intrigue. Many residents possessed their own theories, and some even considered it a form of justice meted out by the very community McElroy had terrorized. The investigation following the shooting was fraught with challenges. Despite multiple witnesses to the crime, the authorities struggled to identify a suspect. Many of those who witnessed the event were reluctant to talk, fearing reprisal or implicating themselves in the unfolding drama. The narrative of a code of silence began to take shape, overshadowing the legal proceedings in a town that had endured more than its fair share of violence and intimidation. In the years that followed, Skidmore became a focal point for discussions of vigilante justice and the failures of the legal system to protect vulnerable individuals from the clutches of bullies like McElroy. community members grappled with the meaning of justice. Here was a man who had inflicted pain upon them for numerous years, and yet the price of his death was shrouded in a thick fog of secrecy. As time passed, the case became a legend in its own right. It sparked debates in legal circles and among the general public about how communities respond to crime and the lengths to which they might go when they feel abandoned by the justice system. Television programs, documentaries, and countless articles revisited the case, delving into the lives of those impacted by McElroy's actions and the societal implications of his murder. The legacy of Ken Rex McElroy is more than just one man's story. It serves as an examination of the human condition, the fragility of justice, and the complexities of communal living. As narratives continue to evolve, the tale of Skidmore serves as a poignant reminder of the battles fought within and between communities, the resilience of those who endure oppressive environments, and the haunting question of whether true justice can ever be attained. In many ways, the events surrounding McElroy's death continue to resonate, inviting reflection on the dynamics of power, fear, and resistance. The story of his life and demise is intricately woven into the fabric of Skidmore's history, a testament to the struggles faced by those who seek to survive amidst tyranny. The echoes of that pivotal night in July still linger, ensuring that the tale of Ken Rex McElroy will not soon be forgotten, living on in local folklore and discussions of morality within the realm of justice. Skidmore, Missouri may be a small town, but its story is a universal one, touching upon themes of courage, community, and the fight for safety against the odds. The haunting unanswered questions of who pulled the trigger that night remain, but perhaps the greater mystery lies in the societal implications of McElroy's reign of terror and the subsequent silence that enveloped the testimony following his demise. The depth of the narrative, layered with the complexities of human behavior, stands as a compelling study of the interplay between fear, power, and the quest for resolution in a world fraught with uncertainty. As life goes on in Skidmore, the shadows of the past will continue to linger, influencing generations to come. In the summer of 1978, a quiet English village became the center of an unsettling mystery that continues to intrigue people to this day. 13-year-old Genette Tate was like many children her age, full of energy and curiosity. A usual day for her involved the simple task of delivering newspapers to the local residents. However, on that fateful day in August, the routine errand would take an unexpected turn, leaving her family and community in a state of shock. Genette was last seen near Comstock, a picturesque village in Devon, known for its sprawling countryside and tight-knit community. She had set out on her bicycle, a common sight for a young girl fulfilling her paper route. But when she failed to return home, a sense of worry quickly swept through her family and friends. Hours passed and soon turned into days, but the search for Genette yielded no answers. As the news of her disappearance spread, the community rallied together. Residents joined police forces to search the surrounding fields, woods, and roads. Volunteers combed through every possible area she could have ventured, hoping for just a glimpse of the missing girl. This united effort illustrated the sheer determination of a community that refused to give up hope. Reports circulated, and leads were followed, ranging from possible sightings to unsubstantiated rumors. But nothing concrete came forward. Genette's face began to appear on posters, newspapers, and television broadcasts, creating a growing awareness beyond her small village. The mystery deepened as time passed. As investigators delved into Genette's life and surroundings, they began to piece together a portrait of a girl who was well liked and respected. She was described as friendly, responsible, and full of life. Her disappearance sparked widespread media coverage, thrusting the small village into the national spotlight. Public interest soared, with people from all walks of life becoming involved in the efforts to find her, each hoping to contribute to a solution that remained elusive. As weeks turned into months, the focus shifted from searching for Genette to seeking answers. Various theories emerged regarding her disappearance. Some speculated that she might have encountered someone who intended her harm, while others suggested an accident or an unplanned trip. However, none of these theories produced conclusive evidence. The case became even more complex as investigators faced challenges, such as the lack of witnesses and physical evidence. Genette's story became a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the harsh realities confronted by families in similar situations. Local officials and law enforcement began to emphasize the importance of community vigilance, safe practices, and awareness. This tragic event raised questions about safety measures and how to better protect children and vulnerable individuals in everyday situations. In the aftermath, discussions around abduction and personal safety gained traction, not just in local communities, but throughout the UK. Statistically, the number of children reported missing was alarmingly high, leading to changes in public policy regarding child protection. Schools introduced safety programs, teaching children to be cautious and stay aware of their surroundings, making it clear that these skills are essential for their well-being. Despite all the efforts, numerous attempts to find Genette ultimately reached dead ends, leaving her family shattered. Each anniversary of her disappearance deepened the wounds for her loved ones and the community. The haunting images of a young girl with a bright smile seemed to linger in the minds of many. Over the years, various claims surfaced, including potential sightings and even confessions. Yet, these leads mostly led to more questions than answers. As time moved on, Genette's case became a pivotal point in discussions about missing persons in the UK, creating a legacy of awareness and change. Many still hope that by sharing her story, someone might come forward with new information. The case serves as a reminder of the uncertainties that accompany everyday life, of the moments that can shift dramatically and unexpectedly. In contemporary discussions, Genette Tate remains more than just a name. She is a symbol of caution and the community's resilience. Her story illustrates the enduring love of a family and the relentless quest for truth. It highlights the responsibility we all share in safeguarding the ones we love and in reaching out to help others in need. The disappearance of Genette Tate from that quiet English village continues to be a source of hope and contemplation. It reminds us of the strength of communities when faced with tragedy and the profound effects those events leave behind, not just on individuals, but on the fabric of society itself. Each person who hears her story becomes part of a collective memory, a narrative that has woven itself into the heart of the community. As years go by, the hope remains that one day the mystery will be resolved, and Genette's family can find the peace they so desperately seek. The story of Mary Boyle, a bright and cheerful little girl, captivates the hearts and minds of those who hear it. On March 18, 1977, Mary, just 6 years old, vanished from her home in Dumbo, County Donegal, Ireland. She was a vivacious child, known for her infectious laughter and boundless curiosity. On that fateful day, she was playing near her home with her younger siblings and other children from the neighborhood when she seemed to disappear into thin air. The family lived in a rural area, surrounded by lush green fields and winding country lanes. As the day warmed up, Mary's mother, Anne, called the children home for lunch. Yet, as everyone gathered around the table, there was one child missing. A search soon ensued, with neighbors, family, and local authorities combing through the area. They looked in fields, hedges, and nearby woods, hoping to find any trace of the small girl. The community came together, united in their hope of bringing Mary back home safe and sound. But with each passing hour, that hope began to fade. The case quickly gained attention, becoming a notorious mystery within Ireland. Reports of the search were covered by the local press and later picked up by national media. Posters bearing Mary's smiling face dotted the landscape of Donegal, and every bit of information was pursued with a sense of urgency. Witnesses came forward, but the details were murky, leaving authorities with more questions than answers. Many speculated about Mary's fate. Some believed she had simply wandered off, while others thought something far more sinister had occurred. As the days turned into weeks and then months, the investigation continued, yet no solid leads emerged. The local community remained tight-knit, often sharing stories of their encounters with Mary, hoping that recalling memories could somehow lead to her discovery. Some even turned to spiritual means, organizing vigils and prayers, hoping to call upon any divine intervention. Mary's disappearance resonated deeply throughout Ireland, prompting public outcry for enhanced safety measures for children. Schools began to engage in discussions around safety and community awareness, ensuring that the tragedy would encourage proactive steps to protect their children. Each year, on the anniversary of Mary's disappearance, her family and the community gather to remember her, holding lights in the darkness, symbolizing their unwavering hope for her return and honoring her memory. Over the years, various theories and rumors have emerged. Some locals claim to have seen a stranger in the area around the time of Mary's disappearance, while others suggested hidden secrets within the community might hold the key to solving the mystery. The investigation saw multiple developments and occasional reopenings, yet crucial evidence remained elusive. The case also drew the attention of forensic experts, who employed the latest technology in hopes of uncovering new leads. Advanced search methods were applied, including drone surveillance and ground-penetrating radar. However, the rural landscape of Donegal, with its vast fields and dense brush, posed challenging conditions for thorough searching. Mary's family has never given up hope. Her parents, continually affected by their unimaginable loss, have sought justice and answers through various means, including public appeals and media engagement. They expressed their longing for closure while also emphasizing the importance of community support. They would often state that Mary's story should serve as a reminder of the fragility of life and the necessity for vigilance in keeping children safe. The story of Mary Boyle has transcended generations, becoming an integral part of the local folklore in Donegal. Each new child growing up in the area hears about her, a reflection of lost innocence. While the case remains unsolved, the community's resilience endures. The heartfelt efforts to keep her memory alive remind us of the love and strength that can emerge from deep sorrow. Mary's story remains open-ended, a poignant reminder of many unresolved cases that linger in the shadows of society. As technology advances and society evolves, there is hope that one day someone will have the courage to speak out, or a new piece of evidence will come to light, bringing answers to those who seek them. The disappearance of Mary Boyle serves not only as a mystery, but as a reflection on the importance of community, safety, and the unbreakable bonds of familial love that endure despite profound loss. In the hearts of those who remember, the quest for understanding continues, and the spirit of little Mary Boyle lives on, forever cherished, forever missed. Each time someone shares her story, the flame of hope flickers just a little bit brighter, ensuring that she will never be forgotten. In the warm days of September 1979, a small town in Arizona was shaken by the sudden disappearance of an 8-year-old girl named Vicki Lynne Hoskinson. Vicki was a spirited young girl known for her infectious laughter and bright smile. On that fateful day, she set out on her bicycle, a common and cherished pastime for children in the neighborhood. Cycling down the familiar streets, it was a day like any other, filled with the excitement of exploration and adventure. As the sun cast its warm glow, something sinister unfolded. Shortly after she left her home, Vicki vanished without a trace. Her family, friends, and the entire community quickly realized that the carefree afternoon had taken a dark turn. Panic swept through the neighborhood. Where could Vicki have gone? They searched everywhere, calling her name and hoping for any sign of her return. Within hours, local law enforcement was alerted to the situation. Search parties were formed, and helicopters scoured the area. Flyers were distributed, and news of her disappearance spread across the state. As days turned into weeks, hope began to fade, but the resolve to find Vicki grew stronger. The community united in their efforts, driven by a deep love for the little girl who was simply out for a ride on her bicycle. But the search for Vicki came to a tragic conclusion. Almost a month later, her body was discovered in a remote area in the desert outside Tucson. The news devastated her family and the community. It was not just a loss, it was a wake-up call. The brutal reality of her abduction ignited an awareness that had been simmering under the surface. This was a pivotal moment, leading to conversations that needed to take place about the safety of children. The aftermath of Vicki's tragic fate prompted an examination of safety laws surrounding children. As the news broke, it catalyzed discussions among lawmakers, educators, and parents. This incident revealed glaring gaps in child safety measures and stirred a collective responsibility for ensuring the safety of all children. The Vicki Lynne Hoskinson case marked a crucial turning point, leading to new legislation aimed at protecting young children. One significant outcome of this case was the establishment of laws that mandated background checks for individuals working with children. This legislative change was crucial in creating safer environments for kids, ensuring that those entrusted with their care had clean records. The tragic loss of Vicki resonated deeply, sparking changes not only in Arizona, but across the entire nation. Excellent awareness campaigns also came into play, focusing on the importance of safety training for children. Parents were encouraged to educate their children on how to stay safe, fostering conversations about stranger danger and healthy boundaries. The community became more vigilant, keeping watch over children while they played, rode bikes, or walked to school. The case shook the notion of safety that many once took for granted, creating a culture of vigilance and care. This case remains a poignant reminder of the innocence lost when a child is taken too soon. However, it is also a testament to the strength of communities coming together in the face of tragedy. Vicki Lynne Hoskinson's memory lives on, serving as a catalyst for change and a symbol of ongoing efforts to improve child safety measures. As time passed, Vicki's case continued to influence policies and promote awareness. Schools implemented more comprehensive safety programs, teaching children about awareness and personal safety in age-appropriate ways. Community organizations sprung up, dedicated to keeping children safe while they explored the world around them. Today, the sad story of Vicki Lynne Hoskinson serves as an important chapter in the ongoing narrative about child safety. It shows how a community, even in the face of unimaginable sorrow, can rally to spark change for the greater good. From hearts weighed down by loss emerged a solidarity that pushed for impactful reforms, ensuring that fewer families would face the heartache of such a tragedy. Vicki's spirit and the lessons learned from her case continue to resonate, reminding us all of the importance of vigilance, communication, and community in protecting those we hold dear. Despite the passage of time, the echoes of her story remind us to remain ever watchful, to foster open dialogues with our children about safety, and to cherish the moments shared with one another, knowing full well the importance of community connection in a rapidly changing world. In the late 1970s, Miami was a city of vibrant energy, known for its beautiful beaches and lively atmosphere. However, beneath this glamorous facade, a chilling mystery began to unfold. During this time, a series of violent crimes sent shockwaves through the community, striking fear into the hearts of residents, especially women. This was the era of the Miami Strangler, a name that would become synonymous with terror and intrigue. The story began in the summer of 1977, when the first victim was discovered. A young woman, just starting to explore her dreams, was found brutally murdered in her apartment. The scene was grim, and the circumstances surrounding her death were unsettling. Authorities soon realized that this was no ordinary crime. Something dark and sinister was at play. As the days turned into weeks, the community's unease grew. Another woman was found dead just a few blocks away from the first crime scene, and as the pattern emerged, it became clear that a predator was stalking the streets of Miami. The city's vibrant nightlife, usually filled with laughter and music, now echoed with whispers of fear. Neighbors started to look at one another with suspicion, and the once welcoming community turned cautious. Many women modified their routines, avoiding secluded areas and staying indoors after dark. The fear of encountering the Miami Strangler loomed large, casting a shadow over the bright tropical paradise. As more victims were discovered, authorities ramped up their investigation. They combed through neighborhoods, visiting every apartment and speaking with residents. They sought anything that could lead them to the elusive figure lurking in the dark. Each crime scene revealed similar patterns: forced entry, a brutal method of execution, and a chilling signature left behind. The press seized the story, sensationalizing the events, and soon the nation was watching closely as detectives worked tirelessly to catch the perpetrator. Amidst the chaos, various theories sprang to life. Some speculated about the motivations behind the attacks. Others pondered whether the killer was a local resident or someone who had come from afar. The police followed numerous leads, interviewing potential witnesses and diving into the lives of the victims, trying to piece together their last moments. They uncovered shocking details about the women. Each had stories, aspirations, and connection. They were not just victims, but individuals with dreams and families who mourned their loss. As the investigation unfolded, community members banded together to raise awareness and promote safety. Women began to attend self-defense classes, and neighborhood watch groups sprang into existence, aiming to unite forces against the mysterious threat. The atmosphere was a blend of concern and determination, with residents refusing to let fear dominate their lives. Despite the heightened awareness and increased police presence, the Miami Strangler evaded capture for months. The tension reached a boiling point in the spring of 1978, with police desperately seeking clues that would lead them to the elusive killer. Public interest surged. Discussions and debates filled living rooms and coffee shops alike. The media painted the case as a puzzle, with each twist drawing in viewers and readers, eager for updates on the grisly happening. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, detectives meticulously analyzed every piece of evidence. Witness accounts were revisited, and forensic science was employed in groundbreaking ways. They demonstrated just how far technology had come, even in those times, revealing critical insights into the perpetrator's identity. Yet, despite the advancements, the shadows remained, keeping the killer one step ahead. The breakthrough finally came in late 1979, when a breakthrough in forensics linked a suspect to one of the crime scenes. An arrest was made, and the community breathed a collective sigh of relief, hopeful that justice would soon be served. The details surrounding the case continued to surface, revealing deeper connections and shocking revelations that captivated public attention. As the trial began, the story transitioned from a grim narrative of fear to a broader discussion about safety, community resilience, and the quest for justice. The Miami Strangler case became a point of reflection on the impact of violence and the importance of awareness and cooperation in confronting danger. Today, while the scars of these events still linger in the fabric of Miami's history, the city has transformed. It has evolved into a place where people thrive on culture, diversity, and community spirit. The once harrowing tales of the Miami Strangler serve as a reminder of the darkness that can exist, but also highlight the strength and resilience of those who stand together against it. In the wake of tragedy, Miami emerged from the shadows, standing strong as a vibrant and resilient community that refuses to be defined by its past. As one contemplates the legacy of those events and their impact, it becomes clear that the story is not just about the pain of loss, but also about the emergence of unity and hope. The Miami Strangler may have cast a long shadow, but in the end, it is the light of community spirit and togetherness that prevails. The lessons learned from those harrowing times help shape a brighter, safer future for all. As individuals work to create a world where stories like this become a thing of the past. In the early 1970s, a series of mysterious and tragic events unfolded in the serene surroundings of Santa Rosa, California. Between 1972 and 1973, the region experienced an unsettling crime wave that became known as the Santa Rosa Hitchhiker murders. This dark chapter in history took the lives of 7 young women, each with their own bright futures ahead, and left the community in shock and fear. The victims, most of whom were hitchhiking, were primarily young and vibrant individuals, each in their late teens or early 20s. They were searching for adventure, exploring their independence during a time when hitchhiking was a common mode of transportation. The practice was often seen as a way to connect with others, to share stories and experiences while traveling from one place to another. However, these women unknowingly entered into a tragic narrative, making their journeys on a route that would lead to despair. Among the victims was 15-year-old Marcy Renee Crimer, who disappeared in May 1972. Her case marked the beginning of heightened anxiety in the area. She was last seen hitchhiking in Santa Rosa, and her disappearance sparked a community search that would soon unravel into a series of sad discoveries. Marcy's charred remains were found a few months later, igniting concerns over a potential serial killer preying on young women in the region. Over the following months, more young women vanished under similar circumstances. Each incident sent ripples of fear through Santa Rosa, a normally close-knit community. Booze-fueled parties turned into somber gatherings as families mourned the loss and worried about their loved ones. The connection between these women became undeniable and pointed to a sinister pattern. As the summer of 1972 wore on, another young woman, 16-year-old Yvonne Elizabeth Weber, went missing. Her case, like many others, began with hope, as friends and family clung to the belief that she would return. Unfortunately, Yvonne's body was eventually discovered a few weeks later, adding to the growing list of tragedies. Each case brought new investigations and tirelessly dedicated efforts from law enforcement. But with each investigation came further chilling discoveries. The year progressed, and the pattern continued. The disappearances became a nightmare for many families, who were left grappling with uncertainty and fear. The Santa Rosa Police Department, overwhelmed by the rising tension, began a task force collaboration to investigate the growing number of cases. They looked for connections, digging deep into each case and seeking answers through countless interviews and investigations. Among the different victims, there was 19-year-old Dolores Dottie S. Croft, who disappeared in the summer of 1972. Like her predecessors, Dottie's case was particularly heart-wrenching, as she was also found later, her life tragically cut short. Each discovery shook the community more than the last, culminating in a palpable sense of dread that cast a shadow over Santa Rosa. As 1973 began, the series continued with young women like 21-year-old Lynne Harland and 19-year-old Julie Johnson, both of whom vanished, leaving their families in anguish. Amidst the chaos, the local media caught on, amplifying the fear and bringing the tragic stories of these young women into homes across the country. The concern soon transformed into panic, leading to discussions among local residents about safety, especially for young women exploring their freedoms. The predominant theme in this dark saga was fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of what lay ahead, and a constant worry about the seemingly random nature of these disappearances. Community forums sprung up, where residents engaged in deep conversations about safety, group travel, and the inherent dangers of hitchhiking. Later, the topic evolved from being a simple method of travel to a symbol of vulnerability, highlighting the risks that came with trusting strangers on the open road. Despite the collective grief and fear rippling through the townsfolk, the police continued their diligent work, sifting through evidence and interviewing countless witnesses. Yet, with each step forward, the mystery deepened. Challenges arose as tips dwindled, and leads grew cold, leaving investigators grappling with frustration. The Santa Rosa hitchhiker murders left an indelible mark on the community, illustrating the stark contrast between the youthful pursuit of freedom and the horrific realities of danger that lurk in the shadows. Even decades later, the stories of the young women continue to captivate and haunt those familiar with their fate. They are not just statistics lost to time. They were individuals with dreams and aspirations, forever remembered in the hearts of those who knew them. Today, the case serves as a powerful reminder of the vulnerability we all share in the world, and the importance of vigilance and community support. The stories of these 7 young women, tragically woven into the fabric of Santa Rosa's history, challenge us to reflect on the impact of violence against women and the necessity of advocating for safety and awareness. Their legacies endure as symbols of tragedy, hope, and the never-ending journey toward understanding and remembrance in a world where freedom and safety must find balance. The Tina Bell case is one of those heart-wrenching mysteries that highlight the fragility of life and the desperate search for answers that can consume families and communities. In the late 1970s, in the small town of Govan in Glasgow, Scotland, Tina Bell, a bright and lively 12-year-old girl, disappeared without a trace. At the time, she was described as a cheerful child who enjoyed spending time with her friends and family, embodying the spirit of youth with dreams and ambitions. On that fateful day in 1979, Tina left her home, seemingly on an ordinary outing, But the day quickly evolved into a nightmare. Concern grew as hours turned into days without any sign of Tina. Her family, heartbroken and frantic, dedicated themselves to searching the local area, hoping against hope that she would return. The police were called, and a full investigation was launched, drawing attention from the media and the community. Flyers with Tina's photo were circulated, her face becoming a symbol of hope and desperation. Despite exhaustive efforts, including interviews with potential witnesses and door-to-door inquiries, the case began to fade from the public eye as the weeks turned into months. Every piece of information that arrived turned out to be a dead end, leaving the Bell family in a constant state of anxiety and sorrow. The sheer thought of a child missing sparked conversations about safety and community vigilance, forcing parents to reconsider their own practices while reminding everyone of the world's unpredictable nature. Years passed, and while many other stories faded from memory, the Bell family's struggle continued. Memories of Tina lingered in the hearts of those who knew her, and the community held out hope that one day answers would emerge. In 1984, a glimmer of hope seemed to appear when partial remains were discovered in a wooded area. But this discovery was met with mixed emotions. It was both a shocking revelation and a painful confirmation of the family's worst fears. As forensic investigations progressed, the focus on the remains began to form a clearer picture. The painstaking work involved in identifying the remains shed light on Tina's fate, filling in gaps and offering a semblance of closure for her loved ones. Each new piece of information about the remains brought the community together as people shared their condolences and reflections on what might have happened to a child who had so much life ahead of her. The case of Tina Bell highlights the complexities involved in missing person investigations. With each new lid, the hopes of the Bell family were both raised and dashed, showcasing both the advances in forensic technology and the inherent challenges of solving long-standing mysteries. Every new development in the case reignited interest in Tina's story, prompting discussions about the safety of children, the impact of loss on families, and the importance of community support in times of crisis. The long-term emotional toll on families dealing with disappearance cannot be overstated. The anguish of uncertainty often lingers, overshadowing the lives of those left behind. Family members of missing persons frequently become advocates, speaking out about their experiences, while raising awareness for other victims. For the Bell family, years of waiting ultimately turned into a search for understanding, leading them to connect with other families experiencing similar tragedies and contributing to a greater dialogue about safety and accountability. As more information came to light, such as the circumstances surrounding Tina's disappearance and the investigation that failed to yield clear answers for many years, it started needle-threading a path toward heightened awareness. With the rise of genograms and databases dedicated to unsolved cases, Tina's story became part of a broader movement, dedicated to ensuring that families like the Bells are not left with open-ended questions and tormenting what-ifs. Communities are often transformed by such cases, and with the foundation of a caring and engaged network, movements toward prevention grow stronger. This allows for hope to resurface in situations where despair has often reigned. Innovative approaches in criminology and psychology are helping to simplify what is often seen as an insurmountable challenge, creating conversations about prevention and support that bring about change. The impact of the Tina Bell case echoes far beyond Glasgow, reverberating through the pages of true crime and missing person literature. reminding us of how life can change in an instant and how compassionate communities can rise to support one another. The resilience of the human spirit in the face of trauma often transforms grief into action, providing a stepping stone for future generations to live with awareness about their safety while cherishing the importance of community bonds. Despite the darkness the disappearance cast over many lives, there remains an enduring legacy of love and remembrance. Tina's story is woven into the fabric of countless conversations about children's safety, community involvement, and keeping the memories of those lost close to the heart. Collectively, as we reflect on such cases, we are reminded of our moral responsibility to protect and cherish one another, ensuring that no child, no family, is forgotten. In this ever-evolving narrative, Tina Bell remains more than just a name lost to time. She is a symbol of enduring love, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of truth that continues to inspire many even decades after she vanished. The Brenda Venables case is a haunting story that delves into the shadows of a small English community and stirs the imagination with its lingering mysteries. Brenda Venables vanished from her home in the tranquil village of Teathurst, East Sussex, in 1982, leaving behind a cloud of sorrow and unanswered questions. She was just 15 years old at the time, a bright and spirited girl known for her love of horse riding and a talent for music. Her sudden disappearance sent shockwaves through her family and friends, and what followed would turn into a deep well of speculation and investigation. The initial search for Brenda was extensive, involving local authorities, neighbors, and volunteers who scoured the surrounding woodlands and fields. For months, banners and posters bearing her smile adorned the village, a constant reminder of the girl who seemed to have simply drifted away. As days turned into weeks, and then months, hope began to wane. But the mystery surrounding her case only grew. Years went by, and Brenda's case slowly faded from the immediate radar of the media. But her family never lost hope. They continued to search for answers, feeling as if she might still be out there somewhere. During this time, various theories emerged, speculating about possible abductions, runaways, or tragic accidents. Each of these theories, however, remained unsubstantiated, leaving the case shrouded in a thick fog of uncertainty. Fast forward to the late 1970s, and we step into a different yet intertwined narrative that adds layers to the Brenda Venables case. This period was marked by a series of disturbing events in the region, including reports of strange disappearances and unsettling encounters. As investigators began to re-examine Brenda's case, in conjunction with these earlier events, new leads surfaced that suggested a connection. What once seemed an isolated incident now appeared to echo through a chilling landscape of fears and unresolved mysteries. Among the more unsettling developments was the emergence of a previously overlooked missing persons report that pointed towards a pattern in the area. Police began to investigate the possibility that Brenda's vanishing was not an isolated incident, but rather part of a larger, more sinister puzzle. Links were drawn to other cases, and as the threads were pulled, a picture emerged of a time and place where young women often vanished without a trace, lost in the annals of time and law enforcement inefficacy. As evidence continued to mount in the years following Brenda's disappearance, public interest surged once again. Investigators revisited old leads and re-examined evidence that had long been thought irrelevant. New technology and forensic methods emerged, allowing for fresh insights into cases that had grown cold. The relentless spirit of Brenda's family, coupled with advancements in investigative techniques, reignited the flames of hope, with each new discovery illuminating yet another corner of the dark past. One particularly striking piece of evidence involved witness testimonies. from individuals who reported seeing Brenda shortly before she went missing. They described a girl who appeared anxious and worried, hinting at the possibility that something was amiss. This new angle opened discussions about her state of mind before her disappearance, helping to create a timeline that was previously sketchy at best. The story took yet another turn when discussions of local criminal activity and underground networks came to light. Some began to theorize that Brenda could have been a victim of a more extensive plot, drawing attention to the behaviors of certain community members during that time. These revelations cast shadows of suspicion on individuals who had previously been overlooked, transforming convenience into a potential motive and creating new avenues for investigation. In summary, the Brenda Venables case, once a story faded into obscurity, has revived interest as fresh evidence and historical connections intertwine with the narrative of her life. With each passing year, the echoes of her laughter, her hopes, and her dreams intertwine with the community's collective memory of loss and longing. The calls for justice and resolution grow ever stronger, and as we ponder the complexities of this case, we are forced to confront larger questions about safety, the passage of time, and the threads that weave through our lives. The discovery of Brenda's story has captivated the public, served as a catalyst for discussion around similar cases, and shed light on the need for continued vigilance in communities. While the questions surrounding her disappearance remain unanswered, the legacy of her case shines a light on the importance of remembering the individual, a young girl filled with potential whose life was interrupted far too soon. The investigation continues, and with it, the hope that one day the full truth about Brenda Venables will be revealed, giving closure not only to her family, but also to a community that has never forgotten. In 1979, a young girl named Aundria Bowman disappeared from her Michigan home, and her case has remained a haunting mystery within the community ever since. Aundria was just 15 years old, a vibrant teenager with dreams of the future. She was known for her bright smile, her love for the outdoors, and her bond with family and friends. On that fateful day, Aundria left her house and simply vanished without a trace. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance are shrouded in intrigue and sorrow. On a typical June day in the small town of St. Clair Shores, Michigan, life seemed uneventful for Aundria and her family. She was last seen by her parents around 3 p.m., engaging in usual teenage activities, but then everything changed. As hours turned into days, the anguish of her family deepened. The search for Aundria immediately began, with local authorities and community volunteers combing through neighborhoods, parks, and nearby areas. They distributed flyers and urged anyone with information to come forward. Yet days turned into weeks, and Aundria remained missing. The case garnered significant media attention at the time, drawing the interest of the public and creating a sense of urgency within the community. People rallied together, organizing search parties and candlelight vigils, where they would gather to pray for Aundria's safe return. Each vigil became a poignant reminder of her absence, as loved ones held on to hope and shared memories of the bright girl full of life. Over the years, numerous theories and leads emerged. Some speculated that Aundria may have run away, seeking freedom or escape from challenges faced as a teenager. Others suspected more nefarious circumstances, leading to questions surrounding potential foul play. These rumors fueled local discussions, but none of the theories produced solid evidence or led to breakthroughs in the investigation. The case took on an even more poignant turn when law enforcement agencies updated their investigations to include advanced forensic methods as they became available. Benefits of modern technology, such as DNA analysis and digital tracking, offered fresh hope to uncover new clues. Cold cases like Aundria's have been re-examined through these lenses as detectives revisited old evidence with new tools that provide different insights. With every innovation in the investigative process, there lies a flicker of hope that new information might emerge to illuminate the shadows surrounding Aundria's fate. As the years went by, anniversaries of Aundria's disappearance became increasingly somber occasions. Each passing year reminded the community of the lives that were touched by her absence. Friends who once shared laughter and dreams as teenagers now gathered to reflect on their childhood and the reality that Aundria should have been part of their stories. Conversations revealed how much her disappearance impacted their lives, creating a ripple effect of loss and longing. The investigation into Aundria's case has never been officially closed, leaving a void filled with questions and uncertainties. The families of the missing often face a unique kind of pain, holding on to the hope of resolution while navigating through years of unanswered queries. In Aundria's case, the void left in her family's life was palpable. Her parents, once vibrant participants in community life, found themselves forever altered, living through the agony of not knowing what had happened to their beloved daughter. Meanwhile, Aundria's story has become a part of local history, serving as a chilling reminder of the vulnerabilities that can exist for young people. Her case has sparked discussions on the importance of awareness and safety for teenagers, encouraging communities to look out for one another and to ensure that every child is protected. As the decades pass, Aundria's story continues to represent not only the unresolved pain of her loved ones, but also a clarion call for vigilance in safeguarding the young members of every community. In recent years, true crime podcasts and documentaries have paid homage to Aundria's story, sharing her plight with audiences far beyond Michigan. These platforms have drawn attention to her case, hoping to rekindle interest and perhaps lead someone with knowledge of her disappearance to finally come forward. With each retelling, Aundria Bowman's name is kept alive, entwined with the hopes of closure that many still carry. The legacy of Aundria's disappearance is a somber narrative, heightened by the countless emotions felt within her community. From paths unforged to dreams unrealized, Aundria remains an emblem of enduring hope, forever a part of those who knew her. As the landscape shifts and changes, so too does the commitment of the community to remember Aundria, a young girl whose story resonates far beyond the years. Now, local organizations continue to honor her memory through youth programs and initiatives aimed at fostering a supportive and safe environment for teenagers. The quest for answers in Aundria's case persists, driven by the determination of a community that refuses to let her story fade into obscurity. As the pages of time turn, Aundria's disappearance remains an indelible mark on the heart of St. Clair Shores, a solemn reminder of the love and the longing that define the human experience. In the summer of 1974, the bustling atmosphere of a shopping center in Fort Worth, Texas, was forever altered by a mystery that remains unresolved to this day. On a sunny Saturday afternoon, 3 young girls, aged 9 to 10, set out for what they expected would be a routine day of fun and exploration. Their names were Mary Elizabeth Wiley, 10 years old, and her friends, 9-year-old Denise Rena Slade and 9-year-old Jennifer Lee Wiley, Mary's sister. The trio was excited to enjoy a day filled with shopping and socializing, but as the hours passed, their families began to grow anxious. The shopping center, a place buzzing with families and laughter, should have been a safe environment for these young girls. However, it transformed into the center of a profound mystery when they failed to return home. Mary, Denise, and Jennifer were last seen around 1:30 p.m. in the vicinity of the shopping center, and as evening fell, it became evident that something was terribly amiss. Witnesses reported seeing them earlier in the day. They were spotted playing in the arcade and exploring the many stores, their carefree laughter echoing through the aisles. Their excitement was palpable as they roamed through the colorful displays, unaware of the ominous turn their carefree day might take. As the sun began to set and darkness encroached, the girls' families made frantic calls to each other, racing to the shopping center, hoping for good news. Despite the immediate response from their families and local authorities, the search for the missing trio became an arduous task. Hundreds of volunteers and law enforcement officers combed the area, distributing flyers and asking locals if they had seen the girls. Canines were brought in to assist with the search, their noses working tirelessly to pick up any traces of the children, but to no avail. The girls seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a trail of fear and anguish. As days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into years, the public's interest in their story did not wane. The case garnered significant media attention, bringing forth various theories surrounding their disappearance. Some speculated that the girls had been abducted, while others suggested they may have gotten lost or wandered into a perilous situation. But none of these theories could ever fully explain the circumstances of that fateful day. Rumors and speculation ran rampant, though the families were left with little comfort and even fewer answers. The investigation took many turns over the years. Detectives combed through tips and leads, interviewing numerous potential witnesses and exploring any possible connections. Yet, every lead that seemed promising ultimately turned cold, deepening the mystery surrounding their disappearance. Over time, the case evolved from an active investigation into a haunting cold case, capturing the hearts and minds of countless individuals who followed it closely. One particularly poignant aspect of this case was the impact it had on the community. In the years subsequent to the girls' disappearance, Fort Worth saw an increased awareness around child safety, prompting parents and guardians to be more vigilant. Schools initiated discussions about safety awareness, and the notion of community watch programs began to take off. People began to look out for each other more than ever, striving to ensure that such a tragedy wouldn't befall another family. As time passed, the parents of Mary, Denise, and Jennifer never stopped searching for their daughters. They held vigils, hoping for any shred of information, any clue that might lead them back to their little girl. Their determination served as a testament to the love and bond shared between a parent and their children. Even though the world outside continued to move forward, for these families, the deep ache of uncertainty and loss remained a permanent fixture in their lives. Documentaries and articles emerged over the years, recounting the story of the Fort Worth missing trio and keeping their memory alive. These narratives serve not just as a reminder of their disappearance, but also as a call to action. Cold cases like this one often serve as a reminder of the importance of community, vigilance, and awareness in safeguarding the lives of children. The story of Mary, Denise, and Jennifer is woven into the fabric of this ongoing conversation about safety, prompting countless discussions about vigilance, awareness, and community responsibility. Though many questions linger without answers, the legacies of the three girls continue to resonate with those who hear their story. New generations learn about their disappearance, ensuring that the memories of Mary, Denise, and Jennifer remain alive, strong, and cherished. Their story illustrates the enduring hope shared by families in the wake of tragedy, and serves as a powerful reminder of the perfect blend of sorrow and resilience experienced by so many throughout time. As we reflect on the Fort Worth missing trio, we are compelled to consider the myriad of lives touched by their story. While we may never know what happened on that fateful day in 1974, the impact of their disappearance reverberates through time, leaving an indelible mark on the community and beyond. Each time their story is retold, it sparks a connection, a reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of holding loved ones close. The search for answers continues, and the hope never fades. Even as years pass, we honor their memory with a promise to remain vigilant and caring. For the sake of every child, the Barbara Mayo case remains one of the most haunting and tragic stories in the history of crime in England. In 1970, a young woman named Barbara Mayo, just 24 years old, became a victim of a horrifying crime that would leave a lasting impact on her community and beyond. Barbara was an adventurous spirit, known to embrace life with enthusiasm. On that fateful day, she decided to hitchhike in search of new experiences and perhaps a little freedom on the open roads. Barbara set out to travel, representing the hope and curiosity that many young people had at the time. Hitchhiking was a common practice then, seen as a way for travelers to explore the world and meet new people. It was a time when the roads were less congested, and many believed in the kindness of strangers. Sadly, this openness and trust would expose Barbara to a dark and terrifying reality. Her journey, however, came to a tragic halt. Her disappearance sparked fears and apprehension in the local community, and was the beginning of a distressing chapter. Initially, loved ones and friends held on to hope, believing that she might have simply decided to extend her adventure and would return soon. But as days passed without a word or sight of Barbara, that hope began to fade, giving way to despair. Search efforts mobilized quickly. The police quickly became involved, and volunteers joined the search, combing through the surrounding areas where Barbara was last seen. The local community rallied together, collaborating efforts in hopes of finding her. Flyers with her photograph were distributed widely, and her story captured the media's attention. Each passing hour heightened the sense of urgency, but unfortunately, the best efforts of the community and law enforcement yielded little promising leads. Weeks later, the grim discovery of her body changed everything. In an abandoned area not far from the road she was last seen, the police found evidence that no one wanted to confront. This horrifying revelation plunged the community into shock and mourning. The realization that someone had committed such a heinous act against Barbara stirred feelings of fear and outrage in the hearts of many. Her family faced unimaginable grief, and the friends who knew her were left grappling with unanswered questions about why and how such an evil could exist. The case drew national attention, and concerns grew around the safety of women traveling alone and the risks associated with hitchhiking. People began to wonder what could be done to protect themselves and each other from similar fates. The case seemed to echo the tragic stories of other young women who had faced similar violence, creating a chilling narrative that stretched across the years in that region. Investigators meticulously pieced together clues from the scene. Eyewitness accounts, forensic evidence, and psychological profiles of possible suspects were examined closely. The case turned cold at times, like many others, as leads petered out. But the determination to seek justice for Barbara remained a driving force behind the investigation. Over time, similar crimes continued to plague the region, casting a shadow over the community as the presence of danger became all too real. Each incident deepened the public's fear and heightened the desire for sophisticated investigative techniques to prevent further tragedies. People began to point to systemic issues that allowed individuals capable of such terror to slip through the cracks, drawing attention to the need for enhanced safety measures and groundbreaking forensic advancements. The legacy of Barbara Mayo sparked crucial discussions about personal safety, sharing stories of other young women in similar circumstances, and how society could shift to create safer environments. It became evident that no one should ever have to endure what Barbara and so many others did. Efforts to increase awareness about personal safety measures began to take center stage, combining education with advocacy to ensure that everyone understood the risks involved. Decades later, the case remains in the memories of those who remember it and serves as a reminder of the need for compassion, vigilance, and the inherent right to safety that everyone deserves. People continue to share Barbara's story, ensuring that her light lives on and that her tragedy translates into action. The legacy of the case has influenced many changes in law enforcement methods and prompted deeper discussions about the safety of women, particularly in rural areas. This haunting, yet vital chapter in history emphasizes the need for community vigilance and the instinct to support each other during difficult times. As society moves forward, the lessons learned from the Barbara Mayo case continue to resonate, reminding everyone to advocate for safety, justice, and the dignity of each individual life. In honoring Barbara's memory, we can strive to create a world where such tragedies are not repeated, and where adventure and exploration can exist without fear. The Maple Shade triple homicide remains one of the most haunting and perplexing cases in New Jersey's history. This tragic event unfolded in 1977, claiming the lives of 3 teenagers in a home that would become forever associated with this horrific crime. Picture a quiet suburban neighborhood, where life usually flows peacefully, and where families gather for barbecues and children play outdoors. The residents of Mapleshade had no forewarning of the terrifying events that would soon shatter this tranquility. The 2 boys and 1 girl, all aged between 16 and 17, were friends who spent much of their time together, enjoying the typical joys of teenage life. They were vibrant, filled with dreams and aspirations, navigating the exciting, often tumultuous road toward adulthood. On a fateful summer evening, the group's laughter and energy were extinguished by unspeakable violence. The home where the friends gathered became a scene of horror. As the search for answers began, investigators found themselves facing a daunting challenge. The crime was brutal, the details unsettling. Yet, the evidence was sparse, leaving authorities mystified and the community reeling from disbelief. It was a tragedy that struck at the heart of what people believed about safety in their homes and the innocence of youth. The investigation quickly gained media attention, drawing in reporters and journalists eager to uncover the truth and share it with a public that was desperate for answers. Questions loomed large. Who could commit such a heinous act, and why? Theories proliferated as every potential lead was examined, dissected, and debated. The absence of clear evidence only deepened the shadows surrounding the case. Hints of a possible motive surfaced, but as time passed, many of these leads went cold. As the community mourned the loss of these 3 young lives, it became a focal point for discussions around safety, crime, and the often hidden darkness that can lurk in any neighborhood. Candlelight vigils were held, serving not only as a tribute to the victims, but also as a means for the community to come together in shared grief and resolve. In such moments, the presence of love and support among neighbors shone brightly, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, people could find strength together. The impact of these events reached far beyond Mapleshade. It sparked broader discussions about youth safety and the importance of community relationships. Parents became more vigilant, and young people grew acutely aware of the dangers that could be lurking nearby. The fear this tragedy instilled resonated widely, laying bare the often unseen vulnerabilities that young people face in their everyday lives. Throughout the years, the case has remained an open wound, a story that lingers with those who remember the innocence of the teenagers and the shocking way it was taken away. The investigation has seen many twists and turns, attracting amateur sleuths and armchair detectives who believe they can piece together what happened that night. While the case has inspired many, it remains a stark reminder of the mysteries that sometimes elude even the best efforts of law enforcement. The legacy of the Mapleshade triple homicide is complex. For some, it serves as a grim cautionary tale about the fragility of life and the potential for violence lurking unseen. For others, it embodies the depths of human tragedy and the importance of cherishing every moment spent with loved ones. On anniversaries of this tragic event, the community often reflects on how those lost lives shaped their own perspectives on friendship, safety, and the importance of compassion in a world that can sometimes feel overwhelmingly dark. Monuments, although subtle, have appeared as a way to honor the memories of the teenagers who were lost too soon. Their stories are still told, and their names are mentioned in whispers, living on in the hearts of those who remember. As time moves forward, the Mapleshade case continues to haunt not only the town, but the broader community at large. The lessons learned from the tragedy of those three teenagers echo in the fabric of the area, reminding all of the importance of vigilance, unity, and support. This event, marked by both sorrow and resilience, elevates the discussions about safety and strengthens the ties that bind individuals in a community. It prompts a deeper understanding of how tragedy can bring about awareness and change, ultimately forging connections that uplift and empower. The echoes of the past resound in the present, urging everyone to hold on to hope, even in the face of darkness. In the quiet towns and bustling cities of England, stories of the past sometimes echo through the decades, leaving behind unresolved mysteries that captivate the imagination. One such mystery is the disappearance of a young woman named Sheila Fox, a tale that began in the 1940s and continued to intrigue investigators and historians alike, even decades later. Sheila Fox was just 20 years old when she vanished from her life in Birmingham, England. She was known to have a vibrant spirit, with dreams and ambitions that were clear to those who knew her. Sheila worked as a shop assistant, and she had recently become engaged to a man named Kenneth, with plans for a future that seemed bright and promising. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that future was shattered when she disappeared on a chilly evening in November 1941. On that fateful day, Sheila had left her home, making her way to a friend's house. Witnesses reported seeing her walking along the streets, her head held high, chatting and laughing. It was said that she was last seen near a local park, the soft rustle of leaves whispering as the evening drew near. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Sheila simply vanished. Her family, frantic with worry, reported her missing, and an extensive search commenced. The police investigation ramped up quickly. Officers interviewed countless witnesses, putting together the fragments of Sheila's last known movements. Efforts were made to cover the town in posters, each displaying her cheerful face, with hopes of someone recalling a detail that might lead to her whereabouts. Yet, day by day, hope began to wane, creating a cloud of despair over her family and the community. As time passed, years turned into decades. The case grew cold, fading into the archives of police records, remembered by few as life moved forward in Birmingham and beyond. But the story did not end there. The late 1970s brought with it a surge of interest as new witnesses stepped forward. people who had kept quiet for years, perhaps due to fear or uncertainty. Their testimonies added depth to a case that had once seemed hopelessly stagnant. One witness recalled seeing a woman, matching Sheila's description, getting into a car with a strange man on that fateful night. Others pointed to various odd encounters that hinted at an underground world of smuggling and illegal activities. This revelation was shocking, shifting the narrative of Sheila's disappearance from one of a simple missing person to a story intertwined with darker elements of crime and secrecy. Following these new leads, law enforcement revived their investigation, scourging through old files with fresh eyes. They conducted interviews with people who lived in the area at the time, digging deeper into the lives and secrets of those who may have crossed paths with Sheila. The community, stirred by this resurgence of interest, began to talk again, sharing memories long buried but still present in their hearts and minds. The renewed investigation uncovered more than just leads. It illuminated the importance of community ties and shared responsibility in uncovering the truth. One local historian even organized a public meeting, inviting anyone who might have information, however small, to come forward. The room was filled with familiar faces, all united by a common thread of caring. Stories emerged, revealing how Sheila had touched lives, even in her brief time. Detectives combing through the evidence began to connect the dots drawn by witnesses' accounts. They examined potential suspects, revisiting those who had been questioned and the information gathered decades before. Sheila's story was no longer just a tale of loss. It represented the determination of loved ones and strangers alike who sought to bring closure to a chapter of life left unopened for far too long. As they re-examined the realities of life in the 1940s, the changing attitudes toward women, vulnerability, and societal norms offered a backdrop to Sheila's story. What could have driven someone to take such a drastic step? What were the dynamics of relationships at a time when the world was still reeling from the effects of war? All these questions began to swirl around the narrative, enriching it beyond the simple fact. While Sheila Fox's case remains unsolved to this day, the dedication shown in revisiting her disappearance is a testament to the power of curiosity and the undying human spirit striving to seek justice. The voices that emerged in the shifting sands of time highlight the significant role community plays in honoring the memory of those lost and the relentless quest for answers that often transcends generations. It is within the realm of these untold stories that we find a reflection of our own worlds and the narratives we carry within us. Every person, life, and disappearance weaves a complex tapestry filled with love, loss, and the hope for resolution. Sheila Fox's story, though still shrouded in mystery, serves as a reminder that the threads of our lives are often interconnected and that the search for truth can unite us in unexpected ways. Judith Barcy was a talented child actress known for her roles in animated films and television shows during the late 1980s. Born on June 6, 1978, in Los Angeles, California, she quickly gained recognition for her charming performances and vibrant personality. Her voice resonated with audiences, and she brought beloved characters to life, including her work in films like The Land Before Time. However, behind Judith's bright smile and successful career lay a troubling reality marked by years of escalating abuse, ultimately leading to a tragic end. Growing up in a dysfunctional household, Judith was subjected to various forms of mistreatment, especially at the hands of her father, who struggled with significant personal issues, including alcohol abuse. Those close to the family noticed signs of distress and turmoil, yet the extent of the abuse was often obscured by the family's public facade. Judith's mother, Marie Barcy, worked hard to provide for her daughter. Yet under the surface, there was a growing tension that became increasingly difficult to manage. Witnesses and friends later recounted how Judith often appeared anxious and withdrawn. Despite her outward success, she faced a turbulent home life, characterized by episodes of violence and emotional instability. The contrasting realities of her public persona, as a bright and successful actress, and her private life filled with fear, painted a heartbreaking picture. The pressures of her budding career combined with the trauma of her environment contributed to a distressing childhood experience. As time went on, the abuse escalated. Judith's father, who had been started to display increasingly erratic behavior, became more threatening and aggressive. The family dynamics deteriorated, leading to a further isolation of Judith and her mother. Despite various community members and friends expressing concerns for Judith's well-being, meaningful intervention was tragically absent. In the summer of 1988, Judith's life came to a tragic conclusion. On July 25, 1988, she was murdered by her father, who, burdened by his personal demons, took the horrific step of ending his daughter's life. In a heart-wrenching twist of fate, he also killed her mother before turning the weapon on himself. Judith was only 10 years old at the time of this devastating event. The aftermath of such a tragedy left a profound impact on those who knew Judith and the communities in which she had worked. There were calls for greater awareness regarding child abuse and the importance of recognizing warning signs early. Judith's story serves as a poignant reminder of the vulnerabilities faced by children, particularly in environments where they lack the necessary support and protection. In the wake of her passing, Judith Barcy became a symbol for many, representing the urgent need for advocates dedicated to preventing child abuse and ensuring that children have safe environments to thrive. Following her death, numerous organizations and initiatives sought to bring awareness to these critical issues, highlighting the importance of vigilance, communication, and support systems needed to protect vulnerable children. Today, Judith's memory lives on, not only in the films she left behind, but also in the conversations that her story has inspired. Her talent and radiant spirit continue to touch hearts, reminding us all to foster kindness, understanding, and protection for those who cannot defend themselves. The Judith Barcy case is a tragic narrative that compels reflection on the broader societal responsibilities we carry regarding the welfare of children. Advocates emphasize the need for better resources in communities, ensuring that families facing troubles have access to the help they need. Additionally, increased education around the signs of abuse can empower friends, teachers, and relatives to take action when they see a child in distress. Ultimately, Judith's life reminds us of the profound impact that love and support can have. It calls on us to cultivate environments rich in compassion and vigilance, championing the well-being of children everywhere. Each shared story, each raised voice in support of those who suffer in silence contributes to a collective effort to ensure a safer world for future generations, illuminating the path forward in a commitment to protect the innocence of youth. In concluding Judith Barcy's story, we are reminded to hold tightly to our shared humanity and the essential duty we share in nurturing the young lives around us. While her story ends in sorrow, her legacy is a call to action, a reminder that we must always strive for a brighter, safer future for all children. By honoring her memory, we can work towards a society where no child faces abuse in isolation, and every young person is afforded the hope and dreams they deserve.